Good morning. We just had to do a few things. Someone. Well, we'll just leave it alone. All right, let me just get a few things set up. I wish OBS would set up a way to do this update perfectly with Rumble. It is a pain. It really is, because I have to change the title in there every time. What's up, Cheeto Mosquito? What are you doing in here? Edit. It's like such a pain. Now what? I just started to go live. What is it, Ma? Hold on. I just got on live. Oh, no, no more kisses. I had enough kisses for the morning. You're lucky you ain't got much makeup. I get it all over me. Yeah. I don't think she's there anymore. She hung up. Yvette. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Wow. What's wrong with Yvette now? Well, at least I know my sister's okay.
Well, they should still tell you where your sister is. So if you wanted to see if she was okay, you can go visit your sister.
Yeah.
My aunt. That would be more appropriate.
Yeah,
So whatever the hell they're doing is not right, because you should be in the loop. That's your sister.
She didn't tell me where my sister is.
Exactly. Cheeto Mosquito and Sean and Dagger. I just woke. Well, I can't say that. No, I've been up for a couple hours. Somebody tried to hack my Microsoft account. I had to straighten that out. Luckily, I have multiple step verifications. They tried at 9:47 this morning, unsuccessfully, because I got notification someone suspicious activity. Someone's trying to sign into your account. I was like, really? So I changed all the passwords, even added another process for authentication that comes directly to my phone, not just the phone text. So you gotta be careful out there. Oh yeah, somebody tried to hack into my system. And I had a hard time getting my Teams working again and everything else working, because I had to go through all the step verifications to get all that authenticated. I was like, oh my God, but I had to do it. What's up, JC? Marianne. Yes, I know. It's going home. The Ford is going home. Thank gosh for all of them. Nearly a year. Yes, I heard it. I saw that yesterday. Actually, I think it was the Enforcer was talking about it. That's how I seen it. The Enforcer showed it and said they're heading home, finally, to Norfolk. Great. They need well-deserved leave with their families, themselves. That's great news. Yes, great news. Weather, Texas, you guys are going to get it. I mean, the people in Georgia and the Carolinas where it's so bad, even the Panhandle, like in Florida, you guys are going to get much needed soaking rain. That is good news for those fire and drone areas. I mean, drone. Now I'm thinking of drought areas. So you could see some thunderstorms in Texas, Louisiana. There's no severe alerts right today, I don't think. But you guys are going to get, anybody down southeast, you're going to get well-deserved, well-needed rain. It's been raining here. It's just stopping now for hours and hours overnight. We got more than a quarter inch of rain here. My well is happy. Thank you. The well is great. So, I don't want to get too political on this, okay? But You remember Benghazi and how that was a nightmare? And we heard about it forever. Well, I'm going to tell you something right now. Based on what I seen yesterday in that hearing with Hexeth and the witness testimony that were there and spoke up and said, we were vulnerable. We weren't protected. And he's trying to flip it like they were. That needs to be investigated more. And 6 of precious military personnel lost their lives. What about that? He couldn't even answer it with a straight face. He kept deflecting. You should see that testimony yesterday. Trying to wiggle out of it. Can't wiggle out of it. If you want, in the same way the shoe fits on the other side, 6 people, 6 military personnel lost their lives. And they said, oh, we have everything there to protect them. Witnesses say otherwise. That were there and wounded. I don't know if you've seen that, but you should, because it doesn't look good that they were not fully protected as they said they were. Just to be fair, that needs to be really looked in on. And I have the clip, but I don't want to get into it. I do have the clip from the hearing yesterday. It's not a good look. Couldn't answer the question. Just saying. Especially by the person that I elected here. And he's a veteran. West Point graduate. You haven't? Want to see? I was like, he's trying to... And right away, this typical stuff. They're so defensive. They go, oh, you're just attacking. You're this, that, that. No. Let's not use excuses and deflection and trying to flip it when you should be held responsible for your actions as Secretary of War. I have the clip. I downloaded it. Watch this. I was like, and you know, being fair and objective is being fair and objective. This is a shit show. And we lost 6 people there. And there are witnesses that have come forward and testified to Congress. Be careful that you calling them a liar. Oh, what are you calling me a liar? Then who's lying? They are or you are? Call them liars. Call them liars. Be careful. It's not a good look. I can tell you that right now. And I say, do you want, remember how they kept going? And I totally agree. Benghazi was a freaking disaster. But the same way you go after people from Benghazi, what about the 6 people that we lost, our military, in this situation? Oh, but they're quiet now. Quiet. You know, if this was a liberal in office, they'd be going nuts. That's the hypocrisy in government, both sides. Both sides. And it's really pathetic. It only fits their, when it's convenient for them as a talking point, then they make it an issue. But when it's not, they're crickets. And it's disgusting, actually. Okay, I'm going to put it up on the screen. When I saw this, I was livid. And there's a few. But I want to go to my guy. Let's share the screen. Because I'm sure a lot of people didn't see this. They said, look at this. Just read this first of all. This rep asked Hexeth about the CBS News reporting that Army survivors of the attack in Kuwait dispute the Pentagon's account, saying the unit was unprepared to defend itself. And when you listen to him trying to wiggle out of it, It's unbelievable. But I'm going to go to my guy because that's one. Here we go. This is the guy I elected. Pat Ryan from here. This is my guy. Let's listen to what Rep. Ryan. He's a veteran, West Point graduate. That's why a lot of us Republicans or vote for him.
Shrapnel all over. So folks are bleeding from their abdomen, bleeding from arms, bleeding from legs. Secretary Hegseth, do you know who said that?
I'm not sure I do.
It was one of our soldiers describing the devastating Iranian drone strike at Port Shuaibah, March 1st in Kuwait. As you know, 6 of our soldiers killed, over 30 wounded. Secretary, do you know the range of the Shahed 136 one-way attack drone, approximately?
It depends on the variant, but it's got serious distance.
Several hundred miles.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how far Port Shuaibah is from Iran?
There's a reason why we took extreme
I'm
measures
gonna
of
reclaim
force
my time.
protection because
I'm
we
gonna reclaim
understood the
my time.
proximity challenges.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to reclaim my time. It's well under.
Answer the question. Watch how he deflects. He can't answer the questions. Just listen to this and be objective when you hear this.
100 miles. Before the war started, there was clear intelligence that Shuaibah was high on Iran's target list. Internal analysis had said the site was indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. Yet you sent our soldiers from the 103rd Sustainment Command there anyway. Is that true or false? True or false? Straightforward question.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer or just play gotcha?
Did you send them there or not?
Typical play your games, play your little games. What, are you going to let me answer it or not? Answer the question. Just answer it. Yes or no.
We took proactive
I'll
measures
take that
from the
as a yes
beginning
and
to ensure
reclaim my
force
time.
protection and defensive
Now,
posture were
let's talk,
maximized
Mr.
across
Secretary,
the theater.
Let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever humanly possible, force protection and
not.
counter
I'll
UAS
save you
was
the
always
time.
made available.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base's defense, one survivor who's come forward from the unit said, quote, I would put it in the none category. From a drone defense capability, none. So let's be clear, no counter-drone capabilities, no counter-rocket systems, no counter-mortar or counter-artillery, not even the basic overhead protection that you and I had 20 years ago in Iraq, and now 6 of our soldiers are dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a squirter that squeaked through fortified defenses. But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have come forward to set the record straight. One of our surviving soldiers told CBS, quote, painting a picture that one squeaked through is a falsehood. Another said the unit was, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position. Another survivor said the building's protection was about as weak as one gets. Secretary Hegseth, that is obviously in direct contradiction to what you said from the Pentagon podium the next day. So are you saying that these soldiers, our soldiers, who survived this horrific attack are lying?
What I'm saying is before the commencement of the conflict, we put in maximum defensive posture we could.
That's a direct
We
contradiction
moved
to
70
what they said.
in this
Secretary.
directing. Can I speak, or are you just going to monologue falsehoods all over the place?
It's not a falsehood.
We moved
Excuse me.
7,500.
How is that a falsehood? How is that a falsehood? Right away. How is that a falsehood?
Troops off of the
Reclaiming
X
my
based
time.
on the intel.
Stop.
Based on the intel.
Stop.
Based on the intel.
Reclaiming my time.
Because
You should have
yelled doesn't
defended
make you
them.
right.
Calling.
Just because you yell doesn't
I'm
make you right.
reclaiming my time on behalf of these survivors. You just said what they said is a falsehood.
Exactly.
That true?
There's a much larger picture at play here.
Oh,
that
really?
Included integrated air defenses, bunkers, moving people off
Then
the
why,
X
Mr.
to
Secretary,
ensure
are
that they were
dead?
not part of the target.
But
We
they
moved
were
those troops
part
in
of the
all
target.
across the
They were
theater.
there.
thousands of troops off the X, off of their bases, because we
But
knew
they were
Iran was gonna
there.
try to strike.
Six
We knew there could be
died.
a tragic moment.
No
There could be a
answer, Mr.
tragic moment where
Secretary.
something
Again,
could get through. Of
again,
course, that's the
I'm
consequence of
reclaiming my
conflict,
time.
and we
Again.
remember those 6 every single day.
I wanna
But
finish-
don't play games with.
I'm not playing games.
Raising
I
your
want to
voice and
finish with
pointing
one more
fingers.
quote from a survivor of the attack, and I put this on the record. Telling the truth is important, and we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Secretary Hegseth, those soldiers told the truth. Those soldiers are braver than you are.
I commend
They
those
are asking for accountability.
commend
They
them.
deserve accountability, and I'm asking for the same, starting with you. And as I said a year ago, you need to resign immediately.
I commend those
And I
soldiers.
yield back.
It's pretty interesting. This needs to be dug into further, doesn't it? Does that not need to be dug in a little bit more? I think so. You know what I mean? If we're going to find out, it looks like a lot of people say, listen, we were vulnerable. We didn't have defenses. It's bullshit. All that talk and excuses, the same way people need to be held accountable on all parties, everyone. No, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable. And it needs to be dug in further, don't you think? I think so. 6 lost their lives. 30 wounded? It seems like, oh, but we tried to get them into bunkers and off the base and put them in safety. Well, what happened then? You left people behind when it was vulnerable? And you didn't have the proper defenses against drones or missiles and everything, and knowing that that was a target? Oh, God, here we go. Yes, Mom.
Do you have a pen?
I do not have a pen in front of me.
We'll write a number for me for Vehicles.
I do not have a pen in front of me, Mom. I don't. Ask Kendrick. He might be still awake.
Kendrick?
Yeah, I don't have a pen. I don't have a pen near me. There is a lot of things coming to light. But just like anything else, to be fair and objective, when you hear about all the other investigations that we've had in the past and making such a big deal, which it should be, because it was a disaster. This is a disaster that cost lives too. So I'm not giving any pass to anyone, and not in this situation. Oh my gosh, I'm live. What is it, Mom?
Can you get,
I cannot get any numbers right now. Get a pen from Kendrick and write it down. That's another one, Cheeto Mosquito. But all of them. It's both sides. They do this. Both sides. I'm not blaming any side. They all do this. The hypocrisy is ridiculous. This needs to be dug into more and investigated more. Witnesses have come forward. You're going to call those witnesses military? Liars? Are you? I was waiting to see he was going to say that. He said they were falsehoods. So if you're saying those are falsehoods, then everything that he just said, the rep from witness testimony, is a falsehood? And he's right. You're calling this a falsehood, what I'm saying? He would not dare call them liars. You know what I'm saying? So I caught that yesterday and I was like, And there's more from other reps getting on it.
okay, write it down. I think.
All right, I'll be right back. I don't have a pen. You have a pen? What's
Yeah.
the number, Matt? What is it?
Actually,
Where is it?
actually-
I don't have the phone. Where's the phone?
Where?
Where's the phone with Yvette? I don't know. Where is it?
Oh.
Where's the phone, Matt? Where'd you put the phone? Yvette, say something, because I don't know where she put the phone down. What's up? Okay, I got it. What's the number? Nothing. I'm live streaming, so she called me at a bad time. What's the number? It is upsetting. And it should be upsetting that they left them there vulnerable, not properly protected. We hear about the same security horrific settings that happen in Benghazi. Why isn't anybody on the other side making a big deal about this? That 6 soldiers, 6 military personnel lost their lives, 30 wounded. Why aren't you hearing it now? That's the hypocrisy. That is the hypocrisy. And this needs to be investigated more thoroughly, in my opinion. And there's more, of that clip where other people... Excuse me, I gotta close the door.
You just wrote it down.
I just wrote it down. I'll add it to your phone later.
Are you gonna add it?
Yes, I will do it later.
Just give her the paper.
Yeah, no, I gotta add it to her phone because mom is not great with using her phone, so I'll just add it to her number, to the phone. Jesus. And there's more. There's more to that clip. That's not the only one. There are other people, including Republicans, that drilled in on this. It's not just Democrats. Republicans were in on this too. Especially the Republicans that have a military background. So interesting when you see, I don't want to take it out of context, but boy, oh boy. And I don't want to be stuck on this because there was more about it. And they're so they're all so smug about it. And that's what gets people pissed. It's like they get all arrogant and smuggy and really? And it just makes your stomach turn on the childish responses from people in position of power like this. Answer the question. I've never seen public behavior like this in my life. People that are in the administration and how they act in front of Congress, I've never seen it this bad. It's like little children. It is really bad when you look at it that way. Look at all the past testimonies of all these people and how smug and arrogant they are. And what do? They've been caught with a portfolio of attack points. Instead of dealing with the issue at hand, they have... Pam Bondi had it. She had all the ways to attack the people that were going to be there representing the Democrats, talking points to attack them personally, to deflect off the issue at hand. Is that what we want? You're there to represent yourself and deal with the questions at hand on the topic, but no. Instead, you've got a set list, hit points, to target the people there, to try to discredit them. Instead of dealing with how I'm going to attack them, that's the plan. Think of it. Instead of talking about the actual topic, why they're called to be there at a hearing, no. I'm not going to talk about any of this. I'm going to talk about you and attack you. What a game plan that is, right? That's where we're at. Have you ever seen anything like that? Honestly, have you? I've never seen anything in my whole lifetime that is like this. It is shameful. Shame on them. Really, shame on them. That means anybody moving forward that is at a hearing. Well, you know what? What about you? Did you do this or that? Flipping it. Deflecting. Not dealing with the issue at hand, but deflecting to take it out of context and put it on them. Also, Germany too. But there's more. We're going to get off of this, but you should all pay attention to what's going on and what happened. and how those 6 unfortunate tragedy of how we lost those people, our military personnel, and 30 injured. Somebody needs to be held accountable for that. That's major. I mean, just like anything else that happens that's horrific and a tragedy and is, I don't want to say the word, but is a shit show. So is this, potentially. Pay attention. Same way they were digging into Benghazi and Hillary and all this, this guy needs to be held accountable for what happened here. To be fair. That's the whole thing. It's hard to be fair, right? When you're dug in to either side, very hard to be fair. But this is a disgrace. He couldn't even answer the questions. He couldn't even respond to it. He had no answer because he knew. And when you hear all these witnesses coming forward, let's have the witnesses testify at a hearing under oath. And let's hear from them what happened when those 6 people lost their lives and the situation at the base. Let's hear it from them. Why don't we? Just saying. Now there's other news coming in. Yes, the Lithuania thing, but the Israelis made an interesting statement. And I was like, Kat. I wouldn't be surprised. That's my personal stalker, has nothing better else to do but troll me. If I had to guess. Every time I'm live, he knows I'm live, and he does that to try to do it. This person has the IQ of a mouse. I'm trying to get the person to take the bait and say something stupid so I can go to the police. The police are on standby with this individual. I know who the person is. I'm just waiting for them to make a mistake because I'm building a portfolio on that person. Oh, I have one. I'm just waiting for them to make a mistake, and so is my lieutenant friend. But that's okay. I actually am waiting. So let me go back to this. I gotta find it. So he said that the United States, I'm paraphrasing from what I read earlier. I don't remember which reporter put it out there from Israel. But it was quite interesting that he said, yes, we're working alongside with the United States, but we may have to take action against Iran. Something like that. I was like, whoa, Israel might go alone. I was like, uh-oh, what's that mean? Let me see if I find it, because I don't want to take it out of context. But that caught my attention today. And I'm trying to find it, because it was here on Telegram by an Israeli reporter. I-24 is saying today, this morning, Trump seriously considering conducting new airstrikes on Iran. I-24 reported that this morning. We've been hearing about that for the last couple of days. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer arrives at Golders Green terror scene and gets booed by British Jews. And they said, oh, shame on you, a whole bunch of things at him when he arrived there today. I have the video. I can put it here. He wasn't welcomed. Let's just say that. So that was Starmer coming to the scene. Didn't go too well. He got booed. I mean, you guys know what's going on in the UK, some of you. It's horrific. But they sure find a way to protect the rights of the other side, right? Not to offend. Are you kidding me? It's crazy. I'm trying to find the... Here it is. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Iran's... What's going on here? Iran to guard missile and nuclear tech like its border. So in other words, missiles and nuclear is not on the table for negotiations. That's part of the integral sovereignty of Iran. That's what that means. Iran's Republic will safeguard its nuclear and missile capabilities. Exactly what I was just saying. Thank you, Lorenzo, for clearing that out. Clearing that up. I can tell by his gesture if he's being dishonest. It's don't shoot the messenger, but it's much lesser than other wars that have occurred in centuries. Good morning, Dissolve. About mistakes. The thing about mistakes, when they cost human lives and casualties, you try to find out what happened here, what went wrong, and hold those accountable, if need to be. I mean, really. If I'm a manager at a restaurant and business is going down and something happens, who's going to be held accountable? Or a baseball manager, like the Red Sox and the Phillies. The players aren't really playing to their capability, but who's the one that's held accountable? The one that's managing it all. It's just the way it is. People need to be held accountable when things go wrong or badly. Call it a scapegoat if you want. That's just the way it is. But sometimes we don't hold people accountable. But let me read the statement from the defense minister of Israel this morning. While Israel supports the United States' diplomatic efforts with Iran, it may soon be required to act again to remove existential threats posed by the Islamic Republic. This is all quotes here. Iran has suffered extremely severe blows over the past year, blows that have set it back years in all areas. U.S. President Trump, in coordination with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is leading the effort to complete the campaign's objectives in a way that ensures Iran will not return to being a threat to the existence of Israel, to the United States, and to the free world for generations to come. We support this effort and provide the necessary backing, but we may soon be required to act again to ensure that the objectives are achieved. They're not going to sit by and wait while the president sits back and waits to see how the blockade works out and all that. They're not, because they know that Iran is regrouping. Israel's not going to let that mistake happen after Midnight Hammer. This time, they're not going to wait too long. They're not. They're going to take action. Whether people like it or not. They want it. They know the longer that this goes on, the more that Iran can regroup, reestablish itself. They're ready. They're ready. Israel is ready to go. So who knows what's going to happen here? My concern, not prepared to handle the drones, just me impressed how Ukraine... But here's the thing. It looks like we didn't have the pieces in place that we should have, especially protecting our military personnel. I mean, it's one thing when we're sending assets, logistical assets to all these other places in the region, but our priority is to our military personnel, to protect them. And it looks like there was something seriously botched at least in one location. Lorenzo says, okay, what if Trump attacks again? It's just going to be dragging on again, and it's not dragging on now? It's not dragging out now? They're waiting to see if Iran is going to be severely affected economically, that they're going to cave in and want to negotiate a deal? Is that what we're waiting for? You don't think that's going to drag on? You think all these stories about explosions in oil fields and everything? Oh, in 3 days, it's going to happen. Well, we're in the 4th day. You honestly think Iran, the regime, the IRGC, gives a shit? They're going to hold out as long as they're going to hold out, no matter how it costs them. And they think he's going to cave first because he wants to make a deal, like Monty Hall. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. Let's make a deal. Let's make the deal. Because he wants to make a deal to end this and say it's over. I won the war. Number 9 or number 10. He just wants an out. Are we going to wait for that? Who's gonna be the one that caves in first then? You don't think that's gonna drag out? Another thing too is the regime, I've been saying this for like over a month now. The regime stays intact. IRGC still stays there. If a deal is made tomorrow, what changes? Definitely the Iranian people. I mean, there has to be a switch that goes off because they are being armed. That's another thing that needs to be looked into, and we have the evidence of that because it was said by the president himself. In the early days to the protesters trying to send arms to the Kurds to get to the people on the ground in Iran, well, the Kurds kept them. What happened? Another oopsie. We don't hear much about that one, right? Remember early in the days when they were trying to arm the people on the ground of Iran, they were sending arms to the Kurds. The Kurds were supposed to give it. They kept the weapons. The Kurds kept the weapons. That's a fact. Go look it up. What about that oopsie? There's been a few oopsies. Oh, you heard from your son? Awesome. Yes, you're right, Diesel, about the Ukraine connection now to the Middle East and the drone development as a counter. Yes, Ukraine has played a role. Yes, he's supposed to have a thing today. It was supposed to be this morning, a meeting going over the options. The enforcer actually were talking about the different options last night when I was watching. But see, operations in the Strait of Hormuz should have happened from day one. We all know that. We were all saying that before it even started. I said it, and I'm on the record. The Strait of Hormuz should have been priority 1. Top, number 1. People that were here know I said it. Isn't that common sense? You knew they were going to use that. You knew they were going to try to block it. I thought they were actually going to take tankers and sink them to block it because it would make it really difficult to remove. It would be really difficult to remove those tankers. But you knew they were going to put mines. I mean, come on. That should have been the priority. And now, yes, you're right, though, about Lorenzo, about one of the options. Actually, that's 2 of the options that you just mentioned. Securing the Strait of Hormuz, ground operations, and trying to go in and recover the nuclear material. Now, think about that. If it's buried underground, it's going to take time and heavy equipment to penetrate and get in there. That's not a day. That's days or weeks to do that. Meanwhile, the Iranians aren't going to be so happy when you try to do that, right? That leaves them super vulnerable. That's so high risk. Do you really want to see that happen? I don't know. I think the only way to really do this in a smart way is just eliminate what's left of the regime. Go after the leadership. What's left? I've been saying it. That's what Israel wants to do. Finish the job. Take out all the clerics and mullahs. Take out the rest of the IRGC leadership. Especially Vahidi or Vahadi. Take out the mouse. It seems like the mouse may be, may not be. Take out all these people that make the decisions that are left in Iran. If you remove that, then the people have an opportunity to say, okay, now's the time. And you won't have to worry about reopening the strait or anything else, because it's all going to fall into place. Because the people that are making this happen cease to exist. The ones that are making these decisions. Just in U.S. Command request deployment of hypersonic. I saw that earlier this morning. There's one in Germany that's been deployed there, the hypersonic missile. There's no set plan as of what I heard. They want to send it maybe to the Middle East. There's one in Germany right now. I saw that earlier. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I heard about that too. Navy Mom heard about it too. I could actually look that up, but there's one in Germany that they're thinking of deploying to the Middle East. I saw it somewhere. I don't remember where I read it, but that is true, Lorenzo. See, Marianne remembers when I said it. How is it that we, normal people with no military, no military background, just common sense, well, your strategy should have been, when this whole thing started, keep that strait open at all costs. Any sign of them trying to get out there and lay mines, hit them. Yeah, take out all their vessels. Take out all their fast-moving boats. Take out everything. Don't even give them that chance. Because they have underwater drones that can lay them as well. There's other ways, to do it. Oh, my God. And now you're hearing, yeah, the small, fast-moving boats are still able to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf. Duh. It's just laughable. I mean, I don't know. 11 minutes ago. Oh, here we go. She has to stop this morning. It's too early for this. What is it now, Mom? What is it, Mom?
Yeah, give it to me.
Give you what? Give you what? I have nothing. There's nothing here.
No?
No. I'll give it to you in a few minutes. There's nothing here, Mom.
All right.
Don't bother.
All right.
Here we go.
I see your plan, everybody.
11 minutes ago on Iran International. U.S. President Trump said Wednesday talks with Iran were being conducted by phone. With whom? Who's he talking to? With whom? And repeated that Tehran would not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, despite the fact that they were supposed to be set back 2 years. Remember that? After Midnight Hammer? We set them back at least 2 years. They're utterly destroyed. I'm going to tell you right now. See this time that's going by with the ceasefire? I'm really, really worried that they had enriched uranium hidden somewhere, that we think it's somewhere else, but they have it somewhere else, and they're working on something, and that scares me. Especially with their little rhetoric they're coming out. We have a weapon that we're going to be using that's going to make them have a heart attack, a stroke. This kind of rhetoric is just rhetoric, but it kind of makes me think. Oh, but we set them back 2 years. Anyway, while saying U.S. strikes, while this is crazy in the morning with Mom. Mom, can you please go over there? I can hear your phone
Yes,
call.
really, I'm coming over here. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna bother you at all. Just 1 minute.
Anyway, while saying U.S. strikes have left Iran with only a small percentage of its missile production facilities. Really? Production is one thing. What about the underground missile cities that they're digging out right now? Trump added Iran had come a long way, but questioned, come a long way? What?
She wants the last cigarette.
She's not getting it. Make some, Kendrick.
Well, you full of shit.
Can you guys stop in the background? I'm live. It's like a little distracting. He added that Iran had come a long way, but questioned whether Tehran would go far enough, adding
I'll sit
there would never be a deal unless it agrees to no nuclear weapons. Mom, please God, leave the room.
I am leaving the room, but 1 minute, okay?
I mean, this is the same old, same old, same old. Why don't you tell us who you're talking to in Iran? Is it the IRGC? Is it the mouse? Is it somebody in the judiciary? Or you're talking to, it ain't Ghalibaf, right? Who's the foreign minister? That's who you're talking to? And that you don't think they're telling you what you want to hear and they're playing you? I mean, really? Really? How silly. Oh my gosh. But this is the interesting little nugget of news with Israel. Israel's not going to sit by and wait. Israel says it may soon need to act against Iran again because they're not. They're not going to sit by and wait for the president to make a decision either way, what he wants to do, whatever the plan is. They know the longer they wait, the more Iran regroups, and it's definitely an existential threat. I mean, really. And they're ready. And they will act unilaterally if they have to. They will. They're not going to sit by and wait forever. Because they know what's going on. They have intelligence. They have Mossad. They know what's going on. They know what they're up to. So, and a lot of people say, oh, it's just Israel trying to do it to bring us back into the war. I know. And you know that you're going to hear that. Oh, Israel is just trying to drag us back into the conflict. Of course you're going to hear that. Israel knows what they need to do. They got a target list. Vahidi, all these people in Iran that are part of the remainder of the leadership, let's call it, the core, they know who to hit. But that should be left for the Israelis to target. We have to take care of the Strait. We've got to do something. Because Iran's not willing to give that up. They don't want to negotiate about the Strait. Yeah, you keep your blockade up. Now remember, if are you guys paying attention to how much we've used in our reserves already? How long can that go on? I don't know. A few months? Did you look to see what's going on with the reserves? What happens? You think this can go on forever too? There's pressure on us too. You know, prices keep going up. Summer's coming. People are going to be traveling. There's going to be a lot of consumption of fuel. You're going to tell people to stay home and not travel? Because of they're trying to conserve the use of fuel? You don't think that's coming? The fertilizer that is dependent on, you don't think it's going to affect tourism, businesses, agriculture? It's going to affect a lot. So we have to be careful here. You know, people might not realize what the long-term effects can be for all of us here. They're chomping at the bit, and I know the longer they wait, the more IGC regroups and rearms. Absolutely, Diesel. Yes, I've been thinking the same thing. What are they up to behind the scenes? Yes. Could you imagine they're developing something right now? We said, Bassett, and he was reprimanded for I think behind the scenes. Iran is 1 week from developing a nuclear weapon. Do you remember that? Like a month and a half ago, he said that? And it opened up everybody's eyes like, what did he just say? How long has the ceasefire been going on right now? And you don't think the Iranians might be scrambling? Actually, Vahidi allegedly says, now we're going to rapidly develop it. Could you imagine they say in a video, and it could be AI, whatever, we've got one. Now what are you going to do, U.S.? It's done. It's game over. What are we going to do? Try to hit it where it is? They're going to tell us where it is? Or threaten to launch it at Israel? And you know what Israel would do. It'd be utter destruction. So, or even a dirty. So, there's a lot of things to think about here. It's not good. Look at this. They keep executing people in Iran. All right, I'm going to clear the room now because I can't do this when people are talking in the background. Ma, please leave the room. You can take your cigarette with you, the ashtray. All right, now, I told you about this, please. Thanks. Oh, my God. It's like having a crowd behind you when you're talking. Trump says we have plenty. What's up, Mom? It's a private-owned companies that are doing this, and they need to be penalized for doing it. And every time there's a crisis, companies, storefronts, gouge the public. And another thing too is, I said this before, when prices go up, how much do they come down after? Do you normally see the prices come back down to where they were, or do they stay inflated? And they might come down a little bit, but they're never going to come back to what they were. And I'm not talking about necessarily about gas, but food, consumer goods. They play that game. You know that. So there's a lot to think about with this. And they're trying to find the off-ramp as fast as they can. And like Lorenzo said, but wouldn't it prolong it more if they did military strikes? That's why you're hearing a quick, powerful strike. The key word there is quick. So it's not drawn out. Quick to see if that would help them bend in negotiations. In other words, like bring them to their, figuratively speaking, bring them down to their knees. Key word, quick. My son wants to know what we're hearing. Like Lorenzo said, there was a meeting this morning. And I don't know if it's ongoing now with CENTCOM about the options, the military options. It's ultimately, of course, up to the commander-in-chief, the president, to make that decision. He may just do what he's doing and sit by. There's no rush to take military action because in his mind, in his opinion, the blockade is successful. It's working. It's adding incredible economic pressure on Iran. And so he might just try to see how he could wait this out. I don't think he really wants to use the military option. I mean, he would love to see them say, okay, we're coming to the table. But again, coming to the table keeps the regime, they survive. They survive. The regime survives. If you were to, let's just say, a deal is made tomorrow. Let's just say, it's over. United States announced, the war is over. We've reached a deal. Let's just say. What do we do? Do we leave a presence there to make sure they stick to their word? It's going to take time. Even if you agree to a deal, now you got to negotiate the specifics of the deal and how it's going to move forward. That takes a lot of time to put the things in place. So what happens in the meantime? War's over, Strait is open. Agreement is made. The flow starts. What happens to the people in Iran? I guess we don't care, right? Nothing changed for them. It's probably going to be worse. Nothing changed for Israel, that's for sure. And the region is more tense than ever because they got attacked by Iran. And it's definitely going to benefit the military buildup for sales, because you know everybody's going to want to arm through the teeth to defend themselves the next time, if it ever happens, which you probably would down the line, with Iran again. So what good did all of this do? Really, what good did all of this do if we don't finish the job? When I say finish the job, there needs to be complete regime change for the whole region geopolitically, in my opinion. Otherwise, Iran is going to say, we won, we survived the great Satan's attack, despite them trying to send us back to the Stone Age. We survived. It's going to embolden them. It's going to have the worst effect. And just think, down the line, you wait 2.5 years and another administration takes hold. And that worries me too. What if it's Kamala Harris, President Kamala Harris? I'm just saying. And now has to deal with Iran. You think it's going to be met with force? Like what's happening now? This is the one time that change could actually happen for the Iranian people, for the Israeli people, for the region, changing the geopolitical environment setting moving forward. In so many ways, China, Russia influence, if Iran were to flip, peace with Israel, more peace in the region. But if you keep them intact, what changed? Oh, we pummeled them. We set them back with their missile production. And you don't think once that strait opens, everything's normal? Are they going to keep continuing to collect tolls? I mean, they're going to start making money again, right? Is sanctions part of the deal eventually, lifting sanctions against Iran? And you don't think they're going to put all that money to rebuild their military infrastructure? It might take a few years. You don't think they know next time? Why are the missiles and drones so important to them? It's a deterrent. It's a deterrent. And you don't think a nuclear weapon wouldn't be a deterrent? Oh, now we have a nuclear weapon. And you don't think they're going to try, despite an agreement on the side, and try to sneakily, because you can't trust them, develop something hidden? They have a history of it for decades. And you don't think they're going to try? And then the next card is not going to be the Strait of Hormuz. Look what we got. We got this. The whole war is very curious. Well, thank God the farmers. Thank God for the farmers. Even if true, the following year can cause issues if we don't find alternative sources of fertilizers. Again, these are things we have to think about moving forward. I mean, we could pick and you'd want to be objective. That's the key, because a lot of people can't be objective. They're just so rah-rah Democrats or rah-rah Republicans. They're so dug in. You want to try to be objective. Hold on. Now this is scary. This is, I mean, it's our oil reserves, our commercial oil reserves. This is today. Fall below 460 million barrels. So we need to pay attention to the reserves. We need to pay attention to the reserves. People think that it's never ending. We're all going to be affected. If this goes on for 2 more months, let's just say, if this keeps going on and on and on, oh boy, the effects could be really bad. I don't even know if I'll be able to afford heating oil for next winter. Literally. Like right now, oh my God, if I was to try to order oil, it's going to cost me like close to $6 for heating oil, at least, if not more. I could look at the prices. It's sick. I was paying $4 before this all started. Now $2 more for 200 gallons is $400 more for the bill. So this is today. Oil price today. Brent crosses 119 since the first time since 2022, and you know what all happened then. It's shortly thereafter, you know what, however you want to talk about that topic from 2020, COVID. But this is, you know, we got to be we have to keep an eye, because it's going to affect us all. And yes, if you live down south, gas is cheaper. You're right there where it's the distribution areas. You know, we hear, but gas down here is only 3 something. Yeah, because you're right there. But it costs money to send that fuel to the places further away in the country. It's got to get there somehow, right? Crazy. So we have to pay attention. If Persian Gulf War, if the Persian Gulf War was 6 months, we will be fine. We will not be fine. We will not be fine, Eugene. Like the whole length, 6 months? It started what, late February? No way. Oh, absolutely no way. That oil has to start flowing. And all the other goods. You might think we have all this oil. It's contrary. That's why I say you got to pay attention to the other little fine details. But I'm trying to see. I pray to God that we resolve this soon. To be honest, there's not a lot of information on it. I'm trying to find more detail. Everything's about the prices. Everything is about the prices. Okay, this is coming directly from the U.S. government. Take that for what it's worth. Weekly U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a 20-year span. This is where we are now. Look where we were for all these years. That was the 2022 drop. Look where we are. That's not good. That is not good. Maybe we can get some from Venezuela and some other places, but this is, and there's a little drop there because that's April. See that drop? The reserves are starting to get tapped. It's hard to see it because this is a 20-year window here. We have to watch that drop. This is the oil reserves. Do you know what I mean? This is not something to say, oh, everything's going to be fine. You know, if this goes on for a total of 6 months, everything's going to just work out just great. Well, we better do something soon because in April, with this going on, the reserves are here. And look at this year alone, just up to this point of April 24th. This is not freaking good. This chart is coming from the government. This does not lie. If you believe your current administration, this is coming from them. They're even saying it. And this is April 24th. Look at this. Look where we started. Now look at the dip. And that dip is probably even down more now. So we're tapping into those reserves, which is definitely not good. So, and this is coming from the government. This is a government website, which I'm going to bookmark this because I need to pay attention to this as the weeks and I hope not months go on. And this is today. This is today. This is the latest update. Remember, you can find all the reserves you want. You've got to tap into it and produce it. And these oil companies are looking at money signs in their eyeballs. The reserve is a serious issue. How long can we go? Especially if we're telling countries, come to the United States. We've got plenty of oil. Come on, send your tankers. Bring them. Send them here. We've got plenty. Shit, save that for us. Save that for the United States, America first. They're on their own. I'm saving my reserves for me, for here. We're just because the money? Sell it? Yes, sell it. Bullshit. We got plenty. Then start filling up the reserve. You're tapping into it. What happens if that reserve gets so low? That's scary. That's just a reality. That's scary. Exactly, Diesel. Now you're talking. The oil companies ultimately are winning with these prices. Why would they want them to fall? Exactly. They're profiting like crazy. Because they know they got people by the cojones. Countries by the cojones. Again, production reserves. Let's be clear. If the case was that we have so much oil to pump and we've got it, then why are the prices not going down in the United States if we have so much of it? Because we're selling it all? But we're using the reserves at the same time. So why are prices going up? That's it. You would think common sense. If we've got all this oil and we're able to provide it throughout the country, that should keep the prices down a little bit, right? And we should be okay. We've got so much. We're producing it everywhere. So why are the prices going up? It's a ka-ching. And we're all paying for it. And we're going to continue to pay for it. This is driving me crazy here. I mean, it's not sustainable for me. Not when I'm really worried about this winter, because I hope things flatten out and get better by winter, by fall, when I got to start getting oil deliveries every 6 weeks to fill up a 200-gallon oil heating tank. That shit could cost me an extra $3,000 for the winter next year. Where am I getting that money? And that's just on heating oil. That shit has me worried. That's the reality of the situation. I don't care about all the opinions. I look at it as, what's it gonna cost me? Seriously. That's the real effect. Not talk, not rhetoric. I hope this happens. We got this, we got that. Well, right now, if I call my oil company, it's gonna cost me $400 more to get that oil filled. And I'm very low right now. I may be forced to get maybe just 100 gallons and pay $600 or more for 100 gallons of freaking heating oil. Oh my God. That's the real effects. Not opinion, not rhetoric, not I hope, coulda, we can do this, yes. Meanwhile, it's got me very concerned. I'm like, I'm sick. Let me see. So the average price, I was paying $4. $4. And look at the prior year prices. Okay, just look at this chart carefully. I'll even blow it up a little. This is real life stuff. This is New York. And I don't care about, you could say, well, you got taxes. Doesn't matter. The taxes exist even all the time. So the prices go up. The prices go up for oil. Current prices dip for heating. Now, this is overall for the state. Different areas have different prices for heating oil. New York City is insane. Long Island. Over here where I live, it's... Where is my county? Where the hell is my county? That doesn't look right. How they got this map? Oh, I'm down in the blue. Yeah, I'm in the blue. It says 508. Last week, it was 539. Last year was 353. 353 for heating oil. This is for heating oil. So it's gone up by $1.50, and that's for this price. Almost $2 from if I ordered it last week. Exactly. Don't the jets, ships, truckers, transportation, don't they use fuel? So this scares me. And if this continues, the trend, and now this just reflects up to the 27th. Remember how oil is spiking? Remember how oil is spiking on the market right now? I can't survive with these rates. And it dipped a little. Look how much the heating oil was. $5.59. It dropped a little, $5.53. But I bet you now they're looking at the market and they're seeing that Brent crude is up, the WTI is up. These prices are going to go right back up next week. They were under $4 last year. Now it's close to $5.50. Look how much the yearly price difference. It's up 45.1%. That's unsustainable. And that's just, I'm not going to do it now, but I should call a local oil company on the phone so you could hear what they're going to tell me the price is. It's going to be higher than this. This is the average. So they're going to tell me higher. You know why? Because I live in a upper to, neighborhood. They gouge you. It's just a fact. Because where I live, they charge people more. Because they can get away with it. Supply demand. You think I'm paying $5.39? Hell no. It's going to be higher than that. It's going to be like $5.80 a gallon. I can call. We could do it right now live. This is the reality of the situation. And the longer this goes on, and if oil prices continue to go up, bad. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, this shit gotta end soon. It's gotta end soon. It's gotta end soon. I think we all agree on that. This has to end soon. But don't gaslight me and tell me, oh, everything's gonna be all fine and dandy if this goes on for weeks or months to come. Oh my God, no. And I hope that this gets resolved soon. That the Strait opens up, things start to come down. For all of us. The whole world. Helmet says this is a... Wow, you're paying $8.50 for a gallon of gas? In Germany? Holy shit. And you guys you guys are directly really more affected from the oil supply from the Persian Gulf Strait than we are. Europe is probably freaking out. But that puts pressure possibly on Europe to now be proactive and get involved in getting that strait open, not just talk. So these are the things that we have to look at because the United States is betting on a few things. Iran caving due to the economic pressure of the strait. Their oil fields, their oil production, storage, all that. They know the pressures on the global community too. How long can these European countries and other countries stand by and do nothing when things are getting so critical in those countries where, listen, you guys gotta come on. We gotta open the strait. This has to be a global effort now. Otherwise, you're all going to suffer along with it. Like you are now. That could be part of the game plan. So, let's see. Let's see how this all works out. But I'm super concerned. Let me look up another thing. Okay. Just to look at this, and this is coming from the American Trucking Associations. Trucks moved roughly 72.7 of the nation's freight by weight in 2024. This is just one of the many statistics calculated and tracked by American Trucking Association's economic departments. So think about how much stuff is sent by trucks throughout the country. And the amount of fuel they have to use to do it, maintenance of the trucks, mileage on the trucks. And if they're paying more for their fuel to whoever they're shipping to, whatever companies, you don't think we're going to be paying that? You think these companies are going to swallow that cost without now handing that cost to the consumer? When does those effects kick in? Where prices of goods go up across the board because it's costing them more money to transport the goods throughout the United States. Anything. It's costing them more. Now, if I was the president or someone in Congress, I'm going to keep them at a frozen price or try to help create some aid to the truckers providing the goods around the country to keep their costs down so that prices don't go up to the consumer. In other words, some type of a bailout for truckers, because the cost for them is going up. If it goes up for them, it goes up wherever it's going. They're going to charge more. Exactly, gas. And they travel hundreds of miles. Potentially. Thousands. Who's going to pay that bill? They are? They're going to swallow it? You think those truckers are going to swallow it? They're going to charge more to ship the goods to the companies they're shipping to. You think those companies are going to swallow it? And eat that cost? Maybe. Because they're saying, man, we could do this for a little while. Or is the consumer going to end up paying for it? That's the thing. One open source, the Israeli Defense Minister. I read that earlier, Lorenzo. I read that earlier, what Katz said, that Israel may have to take action themselves. They can't wait much longer. I read that earlier. I read his statement. You're right, though. That was out a little while ago. Good. Later, JC. Is JC leaving? Later, JC. So, someone says here in the Netherlands, 2.60 euros for 1 liter. Oh my God, that's like a quart. We don't do... Over here it's a quart. I understand over there it's a liter. I grew up with a German friend, so I was constantly told like the metric system and everything else. But I'm glad you put, I know, a liter's a little bit over a quart. Bean says, really are just repeating the early 2000s. Later, JC. Have a great one. Go have a great one. And everybody needs to just try to relax and take it easy and hang in there. 3.8 liters is a gallon. Right. Because there's more liters than, there's more, I think, what is it? 30, it's just slightly over a quart, a liter. Alexa, how much is a liter to a quart?
1 liter equals about 1.06 quarts.
1.06 quarts. It's a little over a quart. So that makes sense. It's slightly over a quart, a liter, here, in our measurement. Exactly. I get it, Helmut. And Diesel, like Diesel saying. And what's up, Tony and Brian? Oh my gosh, it's that expensive in Canada? $7.36 a gallon? Look at we can't even say California because California is California. But that's crazy. So again, I want to see this end. I think mostly everyone wants to see this end, right? Get the strait open. Hopefully the strait will resume traffic like it was before this all started. International movement in the waterways without paying a toll. Like, can things be the way they were before this mess started? I hope so. Iran saying nope, it's not going to happen. The rhetoric is just, rhetoric is rhetoric, but it's getting crazier by the day. Yeah, Cali's Cali. Being Cali's Cali. Oh my God. But when you see the Truckers Association, this is data from 2 years ago. It's a concern when you see their expenses. And look, trucks moved roughly 73% of the nation's freight by weight in 2024. That is just one of the many statistics calculated and tracked. So there's a lot of transportation being used by truckers to move freight in the country. What's going on? So take that into account. And like somebody mentioned about fertilizer, if it's costing more for agriculture, for farmers, livestock, etc., because you got to have the livestock, right? You have to have the feed for the livestock. So if the farmers' prices go up, it affects the industries. The livestock is going to become more expensive, and everything else is going to just like a domino. If it costs this more, it's going to affect this. If this costs more, it's going to affect this. So if you think about it from the chain, from a point of origin, what it cost the farmer to send feed out to livestock, and now they got to pay more to the farmer for that feed, let's just say grain, whatever it is. And it's now they got to send that out with, let's say with the truckers, that's more money. Then it has to get to its destination. They're paying more money. Who's going to ultimately pay the bill? The consumer. And remember, economy is always the number one concern for everyone. It usually ranks up there. How could it not? Cost of living. Exactly, as someone who has livestock, thank you. With all the taxes and climate change fees the liberals have imposed on the population. Now, taxes for sure. I don't know so much about the climate change part of it, because, to be honest, we're moving in the wrong direction on the dependency of fossil fuels and everything else. We have to think about the future. I thank God I have these solar panels. Thank God. Because then I'd really be in the shit. With electricity and heating oil, oh my, I don't know if I could survive. To be honest, I don't think I would be able to survive just on those two bills. So, you could look at it in different ways. Taxes, definite. New York is heavily taxed. There's just no doubt about that. California, some of these states, they tax the shit out of everything. Climate change is, that's always going to be liberal climate change, green energy. The pockets are being filled in Republicans' pockets from fossil fuel companies, coal, gas, oil. So that's always going to be a clash there, always. Because one has their pockets being filled by this, the other one has their pockets being filled by this. So, that just goes without saying. Yep, Long Beach and Golden Gate, San Francisco is the stronghold for goods going across from U.S. to China. That's another thing. So there's a lot. It's not a simple. It's complex. Obviously, we say that all the time. It's complex. The structure is complex. Wish I lived where you are, mate. UK is one big shithole at the moment, man. And oh God, I'd never like to talk about Starmer or Macron. I feel for you over there in the UK. I do. Because that's the way things are here. It is the way it is. But when I see the things going on in the UK and hear from people in the UK about what's going on there, it's like you're appeasing one segment, one sect of the populace in the UK. It's like you're appeasing them. You're accommodating to them. But then you're ignoring the rest of the population. It's like you're giving special treatment to one group and you're neglecting the whole. I mean, why isn't Starmer speaking out forcefully about what happened? Has he made any? I mean, it's the same old statements. We condemn this, we condemn this. What about the protections? You give them so many protections. Why aren't you giving the other side protections as well? So, let me look at that link that Dizal put in there. Oh, that's a parody account, though. That's a parody account. Let's not read into that. Okay, so this is 6 minutes ago. So there's conflicting information going on here as far as the movement of crude by Iran. I'll just share the thing on the screen. Iran traceable. Oil exports plunge over 80% as U.S. blockade pressure grows. This is 12 minutes ago. So it definitely dropped to about 4 million barrels between April 13th and April 25th. Now, they're still moving some. It's not like we've been told a total blockade. They are still getting some crude oil through. Okay? Only a handful of carriers carrying Iranian crude left the Gulf of Oman during that period, down more than 80% from a comparable period in March when Iran exported 23.4 million barrels, according to the data cited by Reuters. The report said some Iranian vessels have turned off tracking systems, while U.S. forces have turned back Iranian tankers, making it impossible to measure how much crude Iran is delivering to customers, particularly China. So it's unclear. And look at this. The Reform UK leader has demanded the British government explain whether alleged Iranian operatives have crossed the English Channel in small boats. I do have a source within the Iranian Persian diaspora who is one of the best connected human beings in the world that I know. He told me last night that he knows for a fact that over the course of the last few weeks there have been Iranian operatives crossing the channel in small boats. To put it in simple terms, we are importing terrorists into our country from across the English Channel. Look at this, it's crazy. In the UK. Holy shit. they're asking the home. Now, who the hell is this? Farage said he would challenge the government to respond directly, publicly asking Home Secretary Shabana Mahmoud, what? To confirm or deny the claim. The news reported that Iranians have made up a significant share of small boat arrivals since the Channel's crossing crisis began in 2018, with more than 30,000 Iranians crossing during that period, including 4,500 last year. The outlet said Iranians accounted for around 16% of all small boat arrivals, followed by Afghans at 14% and Iraqis at 10%. Oh my God, what the hell's going on in the UK? Oh my God, if that's true. You're being invaded, literally. Terrorists going into the UK on small boats across the English Channel. What is Starmer doing? Do you guys realize this? That's crazy. I mean, we have a porous border. Who God only knows who's come over that. You've got a porous channel. They're coming in by the boatload. No wonder he's so concerned. 2018 has been going on. That's just data for 8 years. That's scary. Been going on a long time, I know. That's scary. So is that not a direct threat to the British government? No? Oh, here we go. Yes?
How long does the pasta stay in there to cook?
You have them on the stove? Are you boiling them?
Yeah.
Make sure there's plenty of water, about an hour. What is that noise outside the house? I close the door because I'm trying to get the room warm.
Okay.
No, because I'm trying to get the room warm
Okay.
with the heater. What is that noise? Maybe I'm hearing things. I heard something out there. Starman, I'm just reading what you guys are writing. Labor government is encouraging it. Starmer just gives them money as they come in, replacing the electorate, celebrating diversity. Well, again, as I mentioned earlier, how are you appeasing and going out of your way from one sect, one group in your country, but you're also neglecting the rest of the country? I mean, when we hear stories coming from the UK about flying the Union Jack or making comments and being arrested, when I hear this, I'm like, what? Just trying to protect a certain community? Well, what about everybody else? Protecting the rest of the community from them? That makes no sense to me. Like, I'm sure they have a lot of... I would like to know from the UK folks in chat, how much security protocols do they have protecting mosques and that section of populace in the UK, and what do they have when we hear about the Jewish population and synagogues? Are they doing equal amount of protection for them? I'm just saying. You have this, what about that? And we know there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there, the hatred of Jewish people. We know that. That goes without saying. But really, you still have to protect those people, especially with the rise of anti-Semitism and the sentiment that's going on right now. This is all because of Israel. Israel convinced the United States. We're doing it for them, all that. So there's a lot of that sentiment out there. Not saying they're anti-Semites, but there's a lot of sentiment that people put the blame on Israel for this conflict to even start. It's out there, of course. So Again, what are they doing to protect those vulnerable people? Is it equal to what they're protecting the others? And justice for all? I don't know what's going on in the UK. I can only make an opinion based on what the people in the UK tell me, and tell people out there what's going on the ground in the UK. Because I've said this from the beginning. I think the UK and a lot of the other European countries know they have such a base of certain ethnic groups that they're afraid to speak out because they fear of violence happening in their countries. But who's to blame for that? Who's to blame for that? They are to blame for that because they allowed it. You didn't do back checks on these people. You just look, they're coming in by the boatloads. Who knows who these people are? Do you know who they are? I'm sure they don't. They have an idea, but they don't know exactly who these people are, their backgrounds, what their intentions are to live a nice, new, prosperous life in the UK or not. That's scary. If you say or do anything against them, you're labeled racist. Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And the same goes if you say something about the Jewish population, you're labeled as a racist, anti-Semite. You know, that goes without saying. To be fair, it's across the board. Whenever someone speaks out, the first thing they'll use a stereotype and say, oh, they must be this, or they must be that, they must be this. You can thank Obama. He started the Arab Spring. Refugees started flooding into Europe. That is a big responsibility. And they just came in. All these refugees, without checking really properly their background, who these people are you're letting in. Come on. It's not good. And then, all these years later, now you're paying the price for the neglect and negligence of the way it should be done when you know exactly who's coming into the country legally through the process. This is what happens. That's just a fact, whether it's here, there, anywhere. All over. It's all over the world. It's all over the world. Because this is not new. A lot of people say blame Obama, Biden, Bush. This has been going on for a long time. Here. A long time. I mean, this is really ever since the first World Trade Center. That's the 90s. They've been doing this for quite some time here. They've got their stuff here. It's not new. But it's been worse when the borders are so porous. But this is not new. Let's forget, maybe, what was Obama's nickname? Deporter-in-chief? He deported a lot of people. People forget that. The Democrats were livid. They're the ones who gave him that nickname, Deporter-in-chief. So, you know, depending on your political way of looking at things, yes, they allowed so many in. And that is a big part, that Arab Spring, yes. And again, not vetting and not knowing exactly who are the people that you're letting into the country. Exactly. No, instead, Diesel, they want you to become part of their culture and put their laws into place, like Sharia. Instead, it's not acclimating to where they're going, it's bringing what they want to create there. That's the difference. Like, all of a sudden, you look at the United States, there are places like that here. Minnesota and some other states. Like, they want to impose that in the United States. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. You know what I mean? So it happens here. I can't. Eva Pearl teaches about Auschwitz because he is a survivor from the camp of Goes Green where my wife taught. Wow. Rodney. Wow. And you know, there are people that are in denial about all of that too, Rodney. The Holocaust. Which is, I don't even understand that. I don't even understand that. I could never understand how people could deny the Holocaust happened. I just, it's beyond me. The conspiracy theorists. Exactly, Mom. Bean says, if anyone immigrated legal or illegal and openly says, if your law isn't Sharia law, you will be punished. Nope. Sorry. You are a guest. You can't force your religion's law. Exactly. Exactly. Now, that being said, and I can show you, not far away to my south, there's a community. And it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. It's a Hasidic Jewish community. And they control that community. They even have their own law enforcement. And, like, if someone does something there, it's dicey to try to get them charged. It's like they try to set their own laws to charge what's going on there. So that there is that happening here too. I want to do some research on that before I open my mouth too much further. Because I don't want to take things out of context. But let's be fair. And I'm trying to find more information, man. Look. Now this has to do with funding for the schools. And this goes back, I don't want to get into that topic, but they control their own education system. It is. But I'm just trying to show you guys an example here. Hold on. It's 99% Hasidic. But this is about a book on it. And there's things going on between different villages. Yeah, again, they're talking about the educational system. It's an interesting case. And a lot of this is old because it's court cases. See, this is 2018. Maybe I have to do the search better. A lot of it is focused on federal money going to them. There's a lot of lawsuits going on. Okay, there was something that happened a few days ago. I want to see what the hell happened here. And they have their own set of laws. It's like there's no outsiders. They control the village. And it's about 50 or so miles from me to the south. And it's a closed off community pretty much. Now, for some reason, this link doesn't want to open. Of course. It's amazing that I can't find it because they're not mentioning anything of it. I wonder if they do this shit on purpose. The link won't work. I'll just read what the general description. So, Curious Joel is the place I'm talking about. It was founded in 1974. It was a settlement. They moved from Brooklyn to escape what they viewed as negative influences of urban life. The population growth is growing significantly. Education. The community primarily relies on yeshivas, religious schools, for education, with little to no secular education provided. Community life. It's characterized by a lifestyle that emphasizes on religious observances, family and community cohesion, often isolating itself from broader societal influences. School district in 1989, Curious Joel was designated as a separate public school district to address the educational needs of its children. That's where the lawsuit came in. Particularly those with disabilities, which sparked legal debates regarding church-state separation. It represents an example of a self-sustaining Hasidic community in the United States, reflecting the values and traditions of the Salma sect while navigating the complexities of modern American life. So they have their own set of laws. It's a closed-knit community. It happens here. They're under like total control of what happens in there. I'm not saying anything negative or positive about it, but that exists. It's like its own village. You know what I mean? So again, when we hear about, because we were bringing up Sharia law, and they're trying to bring their religion into a certain area, well, it's happening right here in New York, but with the Jewish population. Now, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, because people have a right to move wherever the hell they want. That's part of, if you're here, you're an American citizen, you can move wherever you want. Too bad if people like it or not. It's too bad. Now, would I want to go into and live in a hostile environment where people don't welcome me and don't want me there? I don't know if I want to do that. But it happens. But, you know, it happens. You know what I'm saying? So, and I'm talking about a community that is completely isolated pretty much from itself, from everything around it. It's an interesting case. And it's to my south about 50, 60 miles. It's 50 miles north of New York City. And a lot of them came from the city and settled there. Later, Daryl. No, it's not about hate. This is not about hate. I'm not looking at it as this is hate. I'm just saying, when you have a religious sect moving into a certain area, and they buy, let's say, real estate and whatever, and they settle, and they try to impose their own religious system there, and their own laws, and own educational system. There is the separation of church and state in the United States. And I'm just saying, as an example, you have different groups that try to do this. It's happening right here near me. They don't bother no one. They do their own thing. They live in peace amongst themselves. That's fine. But if people want to criticize about things going on in the country, about whether it's Sharia law or this, there are different religious sects that do this. It's not just one. Is it? I mean, some would argue, what about the state of Utah? LDS. That's a state. Mormons. Right? It's pretty much in control of the LDS. So again, we have to be a little cautious when we start talking about bringing in the religious aspect, reflecting a community or an area, because it exists all over. Now, you can pick and choose the people you dislike and criticize it, whether, you're not feeling the Muslims around you, or the Jewish people around you, or Mormons around you, or whoever it is. That's the way it is. Exactly. You were just about to bring up the LDS, but you see what I'm saying? If people live and coexist in peace, and I'm not trying to push my religious belief on you or forcing it upon you, that's where it gets dicey. You know what I mean? Like you're imposing it on regular people, other people in that community, to say, well, this is how it's going to be for everyone. No. See, now, what they did here in Curious Joel, they created their own community. 99% of the population are Hasidic. So the people that live there want to be there. Kind of follow me? It's a little different. But if you have, like, say, another religious group coming into a neighborhood and saying, it's going to be this way now, and there are other people that live there too, like, who the hell are you to tell me I've got to follow your laws? your religious laws? What about my religion? Why is your religion now going to be the one to decide what goes on here? No. No. You know what I mean? So, to be objective and fair, which is very difficult, especially when you're talking about this kind of topic, it's not easy. The thing is, like I said, what is it? If you don't like it, leave. I live here. Why should I leave? Or if you don't like it where you're moving to, don't move here, because we don't want you here. That could be just straight up political. Straight up, nothing to do with religion. If you're a Democrat moving into a deep red state, they might say, listen, are you, as I've heard these stories, especially from some folks in Texas, they actually ask them, are you a Democrat coming, let's say they move from California, are you a Democrat or Republican coming from California? I've been told stories like this. They actually ask them. That's just on political. They may not be so welcome there. So why would you move there? That's what I'm saying. Why would you move there? If you're not going to be welcomed by your neighbors, they don't want you there. Exactly. You just can't move to Saudi Arabia and change their laws and customs either. Exactly. What would happen if we broke their laws? Like, we know our lifestyle, and now we decide to try to live the way we live over there with their laws. You think that's going to fly over? Well, I don't think so. And that's a great point. If you move here, you got to follow our laws. You came here. You have to abide by our way of living and become acclimated to living here under our laws, whether they're local, state, federal. These are our laws. Totally agree. So, exactly, to be allowed to set up independent communities. See, this is where, that's where it gets dicey. Independent communities. So what that means, anybody else can't go into that community? That's the point that I was trying to drive through, Diesel. That's where shit gets dicey now. No, if I'm driving and I don't know where I am and I decide I'm going to take a shortcut through this area, but I can't, as an American citizen, I can't drive through this area because I'm not part of this community. Now, don't get me wrong. There are private gated communities here in New York, too, with its own police department. There's a lake nearby that has it. It's a gated, very upper gated community, which has you have to drive to a gate and they have to allow you in, who you're going to see, whether you're delivering something. There's a police officer that they have hired. They have their own police. You can't go into that community unless they allow you to go into that community. That's a fact. So on the flip side, you have that right here, again, to my south. Oh, here we go. I'm trying to think of the place so you guys could see it. This has to stop. What is it now, Mom?
What?
I'm live. I don't want no disturbances today. I really don't.
Bothering you.
I know. I'm just saying.
I'm just sitting over here eating a piece of cheese.
But why won't you sit in your room and eat the piece of cheese?
My God, what do I have to go over?
All right. Okay. I feel like the movie Independence Day. I don't want to argue. Okay.
There's no
All right. Okay. I said okay. What is the name of the lake? Tuxedo. But they have their own. All right, man. Please.
What, Luis?
I said, chill.
Luis, tranquilo. No se enoje.
I've got an article to show you. Look, check it out. I'll put it bigger so you can read it for yourselves. Again, I'm just showing you examples of how things are in reality. And this is New York. Not far, it's about 40, 50 miles to my south. It's located in Orange County. It just spans over 3 square miles. It is entirely gated. It has its own police department. It is an entirely gated community and has its own police department. So it's closed off. But it started from like a lot of people with a lot of money. That's how it started. It was founded by a tobacco magnate as a hunting preserve for his affluent circle of friends. And I can only tell you that there's a lot of people with a lot of money that live there. Of course. So let's just call it a 3-mile area that it's very expensive to live. It's closed off. And like I said, it has its own police department. Isn't that crazy? And this is about real estate, so it's beautiful.
It's peaceful. Or
Look at this. A fair share of luminaries have also called Tuxedo Park home. Currently live there. Albert Einstein's close associate, banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, actresses Sutton Whoopi Goldberg lives there. Singer Cyndi Lauper rented and recorded songs there. So this is a money spot. It's also a spot of an alleged UFO landing in the lake. See? Look, the Tuxedo Park School, a private institution, serves students from pre-K to 9th grade. It's like living in a private park with a social fabric that still matters. So here you go. That's an example of a gated community with its own police department, its own laws. See what I'm saying, though? That I can't drive in there unless I have a reason to be there. It's gated. They'll stop me at the gate. Why are you here? Who are you visiting? Where are you going? By police. Their police. So I'm just giving you guys different examples of, and this is New York. And not far from me. So I'm just giving you different examples when people move in, settle, claim it as their own, and lock it off from everywhere else. A gated community with its own police department. Right here in New York. And believe me, it has a history. It has a history. That's just a little small sliver of the people that were doing things there. Governmental. There's a lot of things. That has a heck of a history, Tuxedo Lake. I mean, you'd be shocked. The difference is they aren't, no, they live in peace. It's probably safe as you know what to live there. They've invested a lot of money to live there. And I'm sure they feel pretty safe about their children going to their schools. I mean, you want to create a safe environment to raise your family in. It would be in that gated community, no? I would think. You don't have to worry about outsiders necessarily getting in and causing havoc, crime, unless it's coming within the community, which is probably very, 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 very low. You know what I mean? But Diesel, that's a great point. And it has nothing to do with religion. If you can afford it, you can live there. Real estate's available. This could be a place where a lot of people go, like I said, who've got the money, buy a home, raise their families there, and feel safe about doing so. Because they know they have it's gated, nobody can't get in there, they have surveillance everywhere. So again, there's different examples for different things. Like here, where I live, yes, we have a code between the neighbors here. Watch out for each other. Keep an eye out for each other. Look out for each other. Trust me. There is an establishment in this immediate area. You see something, call the police. If somebody looks suspicious walking down the road and they look like they're eyeballing properties or something, suspicious. People are on point. A few weeks ago, my neighbor called me, Bill, keep an eye out for my house. We're leaving for the weekend. Not that I had to, because nothing happens here. Really, nothing. Not in the 20 years I've been here. Never. Never heard about a crime in the community of any kind. Of any kind, which is unbelievable, to say the least. When I first moved here, there was a kid, a teenager, that lived a few houses down the road who was addicted to drugs, and he was in the neighborhood and he was taking copper, stripping the copper from houses that he saw were vacant. They arrested him. The family moved out because they were embarrassed by what their son was doing in their neighborhood. They moved. That was the only incident that I could think of that ever happened here in 20 years. Sad. Very sad. He would wait to see if a house was vacant, if people went on vacation, or if it was for sale. He would break in and do that. No, that's true too. That's a great point that Chantel makes. Just because someone's Muslim doesn't mean they're into the Sharia law extremist in that way. You can't judge everyone because of that. Like right away you assume, oh, they must be all about Sharia law and all that. There's a lot of moderate Muslims out there. I know a few. They're not all about that Sharia law. So Chantal, you're absolutely right about that. It's a stereotype. They must be all like that. That's a valid point. Like the person that Kendrick works out in the gym, he's from Yemen. I've had a long conversation with him. And right away, if you think, when you talk to these people here, you think right away you might judge them because of where they come from. You couldn't be farthest from the truth. He totally wants freedom for the people of Iran and is against all the things that go on. But he will not let you forget. That being said, a lot of the Arabs in general don't like what's going on in Gaza to the Palestinians, regardless of Hamas. No. They don't like to see that or hear about it. They don't, and it has nothing. See, right away, people. That's another stereotype. If you're concerned about the amount of loss of life that occurred in Gaza, which makes up 40% children, and what happened in Gaza, despite of your political opinion or views, the facts still bear that many died, suffering, regardless of how you want to flip it politically. The facts still remain. Many innocent civilians, especially children, suffered. They won't let you forget that. Now, some may call it extreme. They'll go to the extreme and say genocide or this. Regardless of how you want to portray it, right away you're for Hamas if you support the people of Palestine, Palestinian people in Gaza. Right away you must be a pro-Palestinian supporter for Hamas. Or are you just looking out for the best interests of innocents? Thousands and thousands that have lost their lives. Right away you'll be stereotyped as a pro-Hamas supporter because of the events that occurred in Gaza. If you look at video and you do the research instead of jumping to conclusions and you see that Gaza is in total rubble and there are actually people still living there, I don't know how, it's rubble. How do those people live? Those innocent people. And then they say, well, they allowed Hamas. If you got to remember, they're living under the same pretty much conditions as the people of Iran. They're oppressed. They're suppressed. They speak out, they're dead. They live under intimidation and fear. And if they speak out, what happens to them? Or their family members? Because of that element. Same thing you could say about Iran. Under that regime. There's so many people that want to be free. But they're oppressed by the military arm and the regime itself. It's easier said than done. That's why, going back to this whole Iran thing, you leave any of that regime intact, this has been a waste of time. Absolute waste of time. Oh, so they can brag. We took out their Navy and their Air Force and their military, but it should have been about true regime change and giving the Iranian people the opportunity to take that to the next level. And it's up to them, whether they succeed or not, have the opportunity to freedom in their country. But if we agree to say a deal tomorrow, what does that tell all those Iranian people if they don't have the opportunity to rise up against this regime that's still intact and brutal and cruel and barbaric? The IRGC, the Besiege, all this. If you don't remove this, and it still exists, they're going to suffer even more. Because they're going to look at this as a win. We survived. They're going to become emboldened. And if you think they got a tight grip on their populace now, forget it moving forward. Because now they've learned all the little things that led up to this point, and now they really will feel emboldened on how to suppress and oppress. And they're going to persecute. They're going to execute. It's just going to be a green light to horrible. It's just going to be so much worse for those people in Iran. And it doesn't solve any of the conflict issues in the future between Israel and Iran. There's going to be an arms race in the Middle East because all these countries that got hit by Iran, which might help us militarily because all our companies that sell weapons are going to look at this as a money opportunity to sell them weapons to protect themselves from Iran. It's going to start an arms race in the Middle East. Because now they're all going to be saying, we need to do this, we need to do this, we have to buy this, we have to protect ourselves from any possible future attack that Iran may do in the future. Because it may happen again. Months, years from now, weeks from now. Once the U.S. leaves, let's just say U.S. leaves, all their military vessels gone, presence. I'm sure the bases is going to take a while to repair the damage caused at these bases. I don't know if, do the Arab countries even want us there anymore after this? I don't know. Our influence in the region may change because they don't want us there because because Iran is using it. We're going to attack you because you hosted the enemy. bottom line, you hosted the enemy. That means you are susceptible to us attacking you because you are having them there. They're doing it now. They're saying it today. They've always said that. So how does this make this better moving forward if we were to say, okay, war is over, end gone? What's the result of everything that has happened up to this point? What was it for? What was it? I mean, really, what was it for? You got to get the nuclear program? Is that the end game? Do you think Iran's going to be complicit and agree to that? You really think so? And even if they do agree, like it's been done in the past, how do you trust and verify that? Do we have to go back to the reports by the IAEA right before the 12-day happened and Midnight Hammer? How Iran has been violating for really decades. Inspections, verification, hiding stuff that we have no idea. It's in the reports. I have them. And so now we're automatically supposed to trust them because he says we can trust them. I don't buy that bullshit. Do you? You gonna trust them? And let's say they make a deal. How long does it take for the deal to be nailed down and start to take effect? Like, okay, we agreed. We're going to start going there and we're going to start getting the uranium from them. How do we know that the uranium that they're giving us is all their uranium, enriched uranium? That's number one. How do we know they don't have stockpiles hidden somewhere that we have no idea? And they're secretly going to be working on shit. Because can we trust them? Can you? I mean, think about it. Exactly, Marianne. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we never, ever should someone's belief system or anything be forced upon anyone. When that happens, that's where, and it's happening in certain places. Don't you force your shit on me. No. Absolutely correct. Who said that? Totally agree. And that's what happens when beliefs, customs, etc. are allowed to be forced onto people. That's the danger. Absolutely. But the only way you get rid of the regime is you get rid of all. When I hear when they say they're talking to people, they're getting phone calls from Iran. Like, you trust what they're telling you? Who are these people you're talking to? You trust it? Oh, but I'm getting phone calls now from Iran saying that they're willing to negotiate. Really? Who are these people? Tell me more about it, please. I want to know details. Is it the IRGC Vahidi talking to you? Because he's the one that's running the country. Or the alleged mouse that they say there's conversation going back and forth now with the mouse. He's releasing statements, allegedly. So, I mean, really? Come on. Come on. Stop it. Stop it. It's nonsense. And I don't know. That's why I say sometimes it's best to not say anything publicly and work behind closed doors and do whatever you're doing. When you make it public, you egg on the face and you look it's embarrassing. Because they're doing that on purpose, and then you say something publicly and then they totally mock you and embarrass you. So you're being set up to look like a fool. I can only roll my eyes. So it's best sometimes not to talk so much. Do it behind the scenes. Don't put it in public. Just do what you got to do. Talking too much. like Uncle Lindsay. Did a lot of talking. UK raises terror threat level to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. This is what I was saying with the freaking UK. Now, is the UK going to... Let's just say, because the IRGC already, I think, said they took responsibility of what happened. That's a terrorist attack from the IRGC. That's Iran attacking you. Who do you think is in charge of Iran? Ghalibaf? The foreign minister? One of these lackeys? Puppet? Is the UK not going to see that as a direct attack from Iran? As they should? If the United States got, God forbid, there's something happened here, and the IRGC took responsibility, that's it. It's over. It's over. Not saying, I'm saying that as a separate, not what's going on right now, but let's just say nothing was happening. Nothing was going on right now. And we found out that the IRGC ordered shit to happen in this country. You don't think we're going to go after Iran? What is the UK going to do? Nothing? Allow it and just say all this bullshit talk? You're not going to take action? To me, that's an act of war. You attacked our country. You attacked our people. You're not going to protect your people? You're not going to take action to protect the people in your country? You're just going to allow it and condemn it with empty words? Are you freaking serious? Oh my God. What is going on in the UK? God protect the people in the UK. God forbid that what somebody just put in the chat. What's up, Tony? You having your coffee? What time is it? Oh my God, it's after 1 already. So Dissolve put in there, and I trust Dissolve 100%. When he put something in chat, he helped me with the weather coverage. If he says that there's something out there and it's breaking, UK raises terror threat level to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. I gotta look this up. Not that. Put a link in. You're a mod. Put a link to... I'm gonna go now on X. I mean, just look at this right here from yesterday, okay? And I don't want to put anything that's graphic. I'm gonna pause the video because I do not. This is graphic, and I don't want to get in trouble. But it should be shown. This was yesterday. An Iran-linked Islamic group has claimed responsibility for what happened in the UK. And Starmer calls an emergency Cobra meeting. So what is Starmer doing? What is Starmer doing? UK raises terror threat level to severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. Open source intel. So it confirms what Dissolve was just saying in chat. I mean, it is severe. They're saying an attack is highly likely. Starmer, what are you doing? And I'm not going to share that because I'm not going to exploit that. It's all over the place. Oh, they're saying an attack is likely in the next 6 months? I don't know about that. It says an attack is highly likely. I don't know how you say 6 months. It's clear. An attack is highly likely. I mean, how many ways you want to spin it? Severe is exactly what it says. An attack is highly likely. And it doesn't have an expiration. Maybe because it's open-ended, that's why people say it could happen in 6 months. That's not true. It could happen anytime. It's open-ended. Exactly. Most of their police don't even carry guns. I'd rather have King Charles in charge than Starmer. Yeah, I know, Cage. I hear you. But even though, when the monarchy gets involved, then you're going to have people saying, that's it. Democracy, you know, that whole thing. That's why a lot of people say that about Reza Pahlavi. Is it going to be a monarchy? It should be set up similar to the UK. If it were and Iran were to flip, it needs to be set up similar to the UK setup, where you have the monarchy, you have Reza Pahlavi there. It's more symbolic, but there has to be a parliament, has to be elected by the people, all that. He wants in. I would hope it's similar to the UK model. As far as the government, I'm not saying, and that's the thing I've been told by a lot of people in the UK. What happens if Starmer resigns? Who replaces him? Could it be better? Could it be worse? I'm hearing that it could be worse. Which is crazy to even think about that. My ancestors were from Eastern Europe, so were mine. And West. While keeping their food traditions, they adapted to American values. They served in World War I to get their citizenship. My father and all my uncles served in the military. I think a lot of us came from everywhere else other than the indigenous, right? But, like, learning English, like someone said, adapting to the customs here and the laws, the Constitution. You come here, it's our way of life. It's all over the place as far as that. What the fuck? It's all over the place. They're saying the same thing that's being repeated. Oh boy, this must be making waves in the UK for sure. Al Jazeera's even on it. Boy, oh boy, they just love to exploit what's going on. You could tell how it's slanted. I'm not even gonna go there. So yeah, that's being shared everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. But has Starmer made a statement? They need to arm the police. He can also be removed by his own cabinet. I don't know. I want to see government to fast-track legislation to give police further powers. You think? Let's check this out for those folks in the UK here. Let's listen in on this. We could even watch it. I want to see this. I want to just be able to put it on the screen.
Has said, if you are visibly Jewish, you are not safe. Do you think he's right?
Look, I think I of course can understand why people who are both visibly and not visibly Jewish are feeling a huge amount of pressure and fear at the moment. That is a fair response to the attacks that we have seen, and I'm not going to disregard what is being said. The question for me is, what am I going to do to ensure that people are able to go about their business safely, just like their fellow citizens, and that they also feel safe as well? And that is the action that I am taking taking practical action in order to put in the enhanced policing, the greater, the higher spending on security, so that people can go about their business. There is a wider question here as well, I think, on society and the approach that we take to anti-Semitism, because of course we can provide security and policing, but that comes at the end of the problem, as it were. We have to think more about how we as a society stand up to anti-Semitism. The government is funding more for education, particularly for our children, so that we can tackle anti-Semitism at its root. But I think that if we are going to be in a position where our Jewish community isn't just living behind ever higher walls with more security around them, then we do have to think more carefully about how we as a society as a whole, not just the government but everybody else, respond to the huge rise in anti-Semitism that we have seen. I think it's important that all of us respond with solidarity towards our fellow citizens and make very clear that we will not tolerate anti-Semitism in our country. That is the root of this problem. That is the thing that we all have to get behind. But my job is also to make sure that at the moment, for day-to-day business, for people to be able to live their lives in safety and security, that I am doing everything in my power.
Oh my God, here, typical words. I would say action speaks louder than words. You need to condemn the source of this. You need to call out who is responsible for this. Not that it's educational. And, you know, always that message. The police need to, yeah, it's about security. I was saying that earlier. How are you protecting one certain group of people but not the other? It has to be equal. That's how I started that whole conversation earlier, based on that. But the police need to be armed. The police have to be better prepared to deal with a crisis. What are you going to do? Hit them with your stick? Baton? Are you kidding me? What is up with that? And you have to condemn who is responsible for this. Call it out. Call it out. Stop beating around the bush. Call it what it is. Terrorism. And who's responsible for that? Call them out. Stop working. No. Enough of that shit. And look, if they took responsibility for this, it's an IRGC, an Iran-backed terrorist group in UK. You are attacking my people. I don't care if they're Jewish. I don't care what their ethnicity background is. You attacked the people in my country, in the UK. That is an act of fucking war. That's it. Because they know that it's pretty much they're testing the will of Starmer, how much they can push him, how weak he is. And the same goes with Macron and some of these other cronies. And if you do nothing, that's the worst thing you could do, is not stand up to it and call it for what it is. I would just say simply, a terrorist group linked to Iran has attacked the people in our country. Forget about it not just being tolerated. We see that as an act of war on the UK by the Iranian government. That's it. But he refuses to say that. He refuses to call it for what it is. Like I was saying before, let's just say nothing was going on with the war with Iran, with the United States, Israel. Let's just say nothing's going on. If that shit happened in the United States and they took responsibility for attacking a community or people here in the United States, they're so fucking done. Especially with President Trump. You think he would hesitate? That's like saying, oh yeah, really? Now you're toast. They know better than that. I'm just saying, if there was nothing going on, you think we would accept that? And they took responsibility for it? And so it's okay in the UK to accept it and just condemn it and do nothing? Hell no. Hell no. Exactly. Exactly. Toxic. All they do is lie. They never could be trusted. Like I was saying earlier, their main objective is to survive. The regime wants to survive. They want to stay in power no matter how weak they could be or whatever. We have to finish the job and take all of them out. Every parliament member, judiciary, any IRGC main leadership, because that Vahidi is the one that has to be targeted first. He'd be my first one if it were me. And I know the Israelis are going to do it. They're chomping. They know, they've got their list. They know who they want to target. They even said it themselves. We want to create real regime change. They know. They know who they got to go after. I say our priority, let the Israelis focus on that, because they're really good at it. Mossad is one of the top tier intelligences in the world, period. Let us handle this straight. Really. Forget about all the other stuff. Get that straight open. Put pressure as much as you can. The straight. The blockade, yes. But if it goes into a military operation, what the hell is the sense of hitting targets in Iran? Tehran. We've done that already. 13,000 times throughout the country. Let's get that straight. Let's finish it. Let's punish them. Let the Israelis focus on the other stuff. Let's get them eliminated. They cannot be trusted. Of course Trump would respond. You think anyone attacking American citizens, that's just going to be brushed aside and said, oh, we condemn them? You think the president of the United States would say something like that? Starmer will. Shows how weak he is and afraid. But again, a lot of that has to be because of the internal situation in the country, because that element exists. We just went over the boatloads coming over the English Channel into the UK. That's crazy. I've been saying it will remove the whole cancer. How many times have I said that in the last few months? You got to remove the entire cancer. You just can't remove a little piece of it. You got to remove the entire cancer. And I hope they do. So again, let's go back to that one. And I mean, I don't want to hear it anymore. I want to see what Starmer has to say now. And not for nothing, let's just say, in the United States, as an example, if something like this happened, leadership would respond right away. Where's Starmer? He went there today? Where are your leaders? King Charles was here, and man, I don't know if he left yet. I think he's leaving today or has left. I don't even know. But even he is outspoken about the Iranian threat. He agreed with the president. Where is Starmer? Where are the people in Parliament? Where is the leadership? They should have immediately came out. Immediately. Oh, we're waiting for more investigative information before we. The group took responsibility. They're linked to Iran. How much more do you fucking need? It's a joke. It's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you in the UK that have to deal with this. And I want to see, has Starmer publicly made a statement about this at all? And about the threat level being raised to severe now? Nothing? Yeah, here, perfect example. The reaction to Keir Starmer's belated appearance in Gold is Green. Why did it take so long? This is how he was greeted. coward. Yes. Say it. Shame on you. Oh. You people should have some mass rallies on the streets. I know you did one not too long ago. Enough is enough. And what are they armed with? Tasers? All right, wait. Let's just look at this picture for a second. That's your prime minister. Does that feel? Am I feeling like secure as a security protocol here? With your prime minister there, gates are open. You have a few officers there. It looks like they have tasers, some of them. But if somebody was really looking at a nefarious plot here, it wouldn't take much, would it? I mean, seriously? Seriously? That's scary just looking at that. For the security protocols in place here. That doesn't impress me as far as security. And it has nothing to do whether you like him or not. That is weak. Because with the sick people out there, very vulnerable. It's crazy, Kenny. It's crazy. Alexa, make an announcement. Somebody's burning something. Holy shit.
Announcing on all devices.
What's burning?
From Bill.
What's
Somebody's
burning?
burning something.
It's burning. Oh my God, the whole pot burns. Oh, fuck. I'm throwing it out. The whole pot. Look at this. See the sound that's left out of the rice? The pot just got destroyed. Again. The pot. No, don't let it be. That's dangerous. Oh my God, Mother in heaven. Oh my God. Holy shit. It started a fire. A pastela was on fire. Literally a fire. I gotta open up all the doors. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. And then she gets mad. She was making something in a pot that's wrapped in paper. There were flames inside the pot just now. Luckily, I seen the smoke and I smelled something. There was an actual fire on my stove just now. Literally. And then she gets mad. You started literally a fire on the stove. That is so dangerous. Anyway. Oh my God. Anyway. Getting back to this. Yeah, that is, they need to arm the police. They need to arm the police in the UK. Bottom line, you need more security than that. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I had to open up all the doors. There's smoke. Lucky I was here. Lucky. Oh my God, it's not good. And you'll hear me. I don't care who you are. I am going to. I'm screaming. How could you not? It was a freaking fire. I got the fire extinguisher right there, ready to go. They carry tasers. I mean, really, tasers? What the hell are tasers going to do? What if a group of armed individuals assault? You think they're going to be stopped by tasers? It's done. Look what happened this past weekend with the president and the administration at the dinner. What, you think there's going to be security detail with tasers? No. Hell no. That shows you a big difference. That's just insane what's going on in the UK. Tasers. Like that's going to help protect. Oh my gosh. What's going on? You think the other ones are going to have tasers? They're going to try everything they can to be armed. It may be difficult. Okay, let's listen to what he said. Oh my God, let me just do this. This is going to probably make me really upset, but you guys in the UK, if you haven't heard it yet, let's do it.
Come back from Golders Green, where yesterday...
Oh God. Just looking at him is going to make me ill. This is 7 minutes long, so for the UK folks, if you haven't seen it.
Britain's Jewish community suffered yet another vile terrorist attack. 2 men stabbed in broad...
Wait. Let's go back to what he just said.
Yesterday, Britain's Jewish community suffered yet another vile terrorist attack.
Okay. So the UK's Jewish community suffered yet another vile terrorist attack. So it was a terrorist attack by whom? Who's responsible? And yet again it happened. He's admitting it happened again. And it's a terrorist attack against UK citizens. So what is he going to do about it? What's he going to do about it? Oh my God. Wow, Gitmo. If you write something negative or nasty. Exactly. See, Gitmo's making a great point. If you say one thing about something, you get arrested. But if you make a threat, good luck. They will say it's appalling. It's crazy.
2 men stabbed in broad daylight on the streets of Golders Green because they were Jews. I've just come back from Golders Green, where I expressed my sadness and solidarity with that community.
Sadness.
But also my determination to act.
Act how?
Because the truth is, this attack is not a one-off. There have been a series of attacks, including an arson attack in Hendon, an attack on the Jewish ambulance service, Hatzolah, the firebombing of Kenton United Synagogue, which I visited last week. And on top of all this, Heaton Park in Manchester last October, where 2 Jewish men were killed in a vile Islamist attack on their synagogue. And so people are scared. Scared to show who they are in their community.
Is he for real? Is he freaking for real saying the things he's saying? Admitting all the past terrorist attacks, and he feels sad and he's appalled. They're scared. They're scared because you're weak. They wouldn't be scared if you showed some strength and courage in dealing with it.
Scared to go to synagogue.
Oh my
and
God.
practice their religion. Scared to go to university as a Jew. To send their children to school as a Jew. To tell their colleagues that they are Jewish. Even to use our NHS.
And to use your buildings for the
could
IRGC.
live like that in Britain. But Jews do. And so yesterday, this anxiety that is always there went to another place, to terror, frankly. That is the right word. I want to thank the Jewish security services who wrestle with this every day and who, alongside the police, prevented a much greater tragedy yesterday. I met some of the first responders today.
Oh, Jesus.
And on behalf of the...
And you're right. What about the people responsible for this terrorist activity? Why are you not calling them out? Who they are? I mean, I feel, give me a freaking break. If my president said what he's saying right now, I would have lost it. I would have lost it. Lost it.
country. I thank them for their bravery. We will strengthen the visible police presence in our Jewish communities. We will increase our investment in those Jewish security services. We will introduce much stronger powers to shut down charities that promote anti-Semitic extremism.
What?
We will prevent hate preachers
What?
from entering our country,
What?
bar them from our campuses, our streets, our communities. Work with our justice system to speed up sentencing on anti-Semitic attacks.
Oh my.
So there is a stronger deterrence factor,
I can't.
as we do with riots. And we need stronger powers to tackle the malign threat posed by states like Iran, because we know for a fact that they want to harm British Jews, which is why we will fast-track the necessary legislation.
Fuck legislation. What? Legislation? You just said Iran is behind all this. What are you going to do about that? Forget about Jewish UK citizens. It's UK citizens, period. They are attacking your country with terrorists. Period. Is that not an act of war on the people of UK by a foreign terrorist organization? And, oh my, this is sick. This is sick. I can't even listen to this guy. He's so weak. Legislation. Blocking them from coming in. We're hearing reports they're coming in by the boatloads across the English Channel. He can declare emergency powers.
And yet, the truth is, while we can and we will bring the full power of the state to bear on this, this is about society every bit as much as it is about security. At moments like this, we often say, this is not Britain, that these attacks are an affront to British values, to British tolerance, British decency. But they keep happening, don't they? And so today, instead, I will simply say that our values are not a gift handed down generation to generation. They are something we earn each day through action. They come from us. Anti-Semitism is an old, old hatred. History shows that the roots are deep. And if you turn away, it grows back. Yet far too many people in this country diminish it.
How is he flipping this on the people in the UK with anti-Semitism when he should be going after? We are being directly attacked. The citizens of the UK, particularly the Jewish community, is being targeted and attacked by terrorists backed by the Iranian regime. How complicated is that? And we are going to hold them accountable, responsible for anything that happens in the UK, because we're obligated to protect the citizens of the UK, and this is an act of fucking war. What is so difficult about that? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Forget about using this now, trying to say we have anti-Semitism. What are you trying to say now? You're blaming the people in the UK? You're not blaming the source, which is terrorist-backed groups in your country supported by Iran attacking the citizens of your country. So what if they're Jewish community citizens? They're still citizens of the UK. They're attacking you. They're attacking your country. They're causing fear and oh my God, this guy makes me puke.
They either don't see it or they don't want to see it. Take the marches that happen regularly across Britain. Of course, we protect freedom of speech and peaceful protest in this country. But if you are marching with people wearing pictures of paragliders without calling it out, you are venerating the murder of Jews.
How is he blaming the people in the UK that are protesting on their freedoms to protest, if you don't like it or not? How are you flipping this on the people of the UK and not the source, which is what it is? How is he fucking flipping this on the people in the UK, like making it like they're to blame for this? What? This is crazy. Oh my God. This is crazy. This is crazy how he's deflected it and he's like casting blame against other UK citizens for anti-Semitism when an Iran-backed group, terrorist group, is taking responsibility for this, not ordinary citizens protesting on the streets of fucking UK. Oh my God.
If you stand alongside people who say globalize the intifada, you are calling for terrorism against Jews. And people who use that phrase should be prosecuted. It is racism, extreme racism. And it has left a minority community in this country scared, intimidated, wondering if they belong. So I say again, this government will do everything in our power to stamp this hatred out. We will strengthen our security and protect our Jewish community. But I also call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain, Jewish suffering, and Jewish fear. I call on everyone to come together and fight anti-Semitism And I call on everyone to fight for the decent, respectful, tolerant Britain that I and millions of people love, so that our freedom and our values can still speak loud and true to a community that can no longer take it on faith. Thank you.
Okay, I get it. Don't get me wrong. I get it. Denouncing anti-Semitism among society. That's a general message. I get that. But you're still so weak addressing the real core of the issue. And that's the extremism, the radicalization that exists, and the threat that Iran poses by sending extremists into your country. But you can't even identify that. You can't even address it. You said it in one sentence. Oh my God. I mean, do we know? I have to look this up. Somali born, 2 hours ago, New York Post. Okay? A Somali born person. So who are you directing your anti-Semitism comments to? The regular people in the UK, citizens? Or are you going to get specific about who is responsible? Esther Suleiman, born in Somalia. He came to the UK legally as a child and is now a British citizen. That's him. He has a lengthy rap sheet and was previously locked up for stabbing a police constable in January of 2008. Oh my God. The judge at the time ruled that this guy would serve a minimum of 4.5 years for grievously bodily harm. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? And only be considered for release when he was no longer a public risk. Are you with a long rap? Are you kidding? It isn't clear when he was released from prison. In 2020, he was referred to the British government's Counter-Terrorism Prevent program, but his case was closed later that same year. An Iranian-backed terror group took credit for Wednesday's attack. Look, they were already hunting him down earlier for a separate knife attack. This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't even know what to say. UK. This is another. What? I'm going to cook it in a little while. The UK police. This is old. This is April 19th. UK police exploring Iran ties to a string of arson attacks. Remember, he referred to that. Iran ties. Everything goes back to Iran. It's crazy. It really is crazy. It's just crazy. I don't even know how else to spin it. I don't know. And then now we know there's a severe alert about the risk of another attack. And what's he doing? It's embarrassing. It truly is embarrassing. In my opinion, it's embarrassing. people live in fear and scared. No, why? You're creating that atmosphere of fear and people being scared because they don't feel safe. Why don't they feel safe? Accountability, back to accountability, is you should be held accountable for the people in the UK dealing with what they're dealing with right now. It is you. Not putting blame on other people in society about anti-Semitism. Yes, that's the message. That should be a message, part of it. Denouncing that. That's part of it, yes. But he made it like a main focus. Instead of going to the root of the cause, the radicalization that's involved here, because this person was born in Somalia but lived in the UK since the 90s, British citizen. But it's the radicalization part. I don't know what to say. It's crazy. I don't even know anymore. And even in Israel, an Israeli reporter put this: Keir Starmer is a failing prime minister. He failed to protect British Jews, of course this is coming from an Israeli reporter, as anti-Semitic stabbings terrorized London streets, while his two-tier policing looks the other way on Islamic extremism. Weak leadership, say Britain. I don't even know. There's still a lot going on between Israel and Hezbollah. It's constant. That's a lot of reports still coming through. It's like all the time. I'm looking at Telegram. They're really jumping on Starmer. I mean, this is Israeli reporters. Why wouldn't they? Wow. This just came out 20 minutes ago. The IDF is claiming that they destroyed a Hezbollah bunker in southern Lebanon using 24 tons of explosives. Holy shit. Look at this. It's crazy footage. The IDF just released this minutes ago. So meanwhile, this is still going on. Constantly. It hasn't really stopped. And they keep putting the same quote that he said, the Israeli reporters, on multiple platforms. If you stand alongside people who say globalize the Intifada, then you are calling for terrorism against Jews, he said. I call on everyone decent in this country to open their eyes to Jewish pain. That's catching the attention of a lot of the the Israeli reporters. And the other side is showing videos of Israeli targets they hit with drones. So it's back and forth. They're showing the footage. That's constant. I want to check the president's True Social. And then I'm going to get off soon because I have to make some food here. I'm just checking what the other side is saying. Israel did say that earlier, though. They may have to take action against Iran soon. Oh, shit. This just came out. And they'd say this so proudly. It's crazy how they just it's almost like they're bragging about it. A promise of mass slaughter on live IRGC TV. This is what the other side is putting it out as, just as what I read. A promise of mass slaughter on live IRGC TV. The Chief Justice, that's what I said about the judiciary, of the Islamic Republic brazenly went on state television and shouted at President Trump, "Who are you to tell us not to execute them?" He officially declared that the regime, forget about that total regime shit nonsense that we hear about. He officially declared that the regime will completely ignore the international community and promise to carry out new executions swiftly and ruthlessly. The very man whose hands are dripping with the blood of 45,000 innocent Iranians are now promising a rapid wave of new hangings. The world sees this. Finish the job. No more talks. Yes, that's what I've been saying. Enough. The regime is intact. They're weakened, but the regime is still there. Stop it. Stop it. Iran will remove the U.S. blockade by military force. Former Foreign Minister Motaki says, a naval blockade means a declaration of war. Our fighters may act as soon as tomorrow or next week. What will Trump do this weekend when the markets close in a few hours today? And that's why I keep saying it's these mullahs and clerics and everything else. Until we get this in our heads, this was on their state TV. You sent the link earlier? I didn't see it. Yes, agreed, Tony. Radicals, not everyone. I mean, come on now. Stop it. But I was on the phone with them yesterday. Who? I'm like, no. Stop. I would like to see what you guys say in chat. Should we have another military operation and target specific individuals? I'm just saying as part of it. Should there be another military operation? Yes or no? It's not that we're a bunch of warmongering crazy people. But I would target these fuckers. I'm going after them full throttle. I'm going after these. If we have the intelligence, and I'm sure the Mossad and others and people on the ground in Iran are providing intelligence, and we get an idea where they are, I would use bunker busters on them if I had to. I'm not joking. I'm taking them out. No doubt, I'm taking them out. So 3 yeses. Must. Yes, that has to do with the War Powers Act. That is true, Lorenzo. Tomorrow. The Republicans have the majority in the House and the Senate. I would if I was a betting man, they're going to approve moving forward. The Democrats, of course, are going to be against it. But because of that, I see that that's not going to be an issue necessarily, unless some Republicans flip on the president, which maybe 1 or 2, but it's not going to be enough. Maybe, like a Rand Paul. There's always some out there, but not enough. Not enough. I don't think this is going to interfere with the president, with Iran, the war. I don't. Just saying. If I was a betting man, I say no. It's not going to interfere. because they control the House and the Senate. Unless something bizarre happens, and I don't see this happening, I don't foresee it. I say, right, Keith, everybody's saying it. Finish it. Finish the job. I'm with that. I'm with it. It's been driving me nuts. Finish the freaking job. Nick says no. He's the only one that says no. So far. So, I mean, it is highly putting our people at risk, putting boots on the ground. You know that. That's the one thing that everybody doesn't want to see happen, like casualties, and nobody wants to see that. Because it's definitely, it raises the stakes. It's so high risk. Helmut says there's no other way out. Or does he stick with the plan, thinking that the blockade is going to make them cave and they're going to be forced to come to the table to negotiate a deal? Because that's the only other option. Really? Really, that's the only other option. Putting that much pressure on them, thinking they're going to cave, because they're already crippled. But would they get to the point where they wave the white flag, we give up, we'll negotiate? Do you see those radical extremists, jihadi, martyrdom type lunatics doing that? Do you really think they're going to do that? Do you really think they're going to do that? I'm not so sure about that. I don't care how bad things get in Iran. I'm not so sure they're going to do it. Inside Wire, the breaking. Over a dozen earthquakes have been detected over near Area 51. I don't know what the hell that's about, Lorenzo. I have not heard about that. He had a little news conference. What did he say? Oh, that was yesterday, yeah. You got to remember, what they say in public, and we all know this, and we can say this 1,000 times over, we can only make observations based on what we see in the public. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There could be negotiations going on, but the Iranians are putting out all this rhetoric to put that out to their public, to their followers, for the regime supporters. But maybe it's actually, there is some stuff going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. We're not aware of what's going on behind the scenes. Are we? No. Can only speculate based on observations of what we see in the public forum. But that doesn't mean that's the true. I'm not a fan of wars either. Nobody is. Nobody's a fan of war. I don't think. You know, there's people's lives at stake, literally. But I am not a fan of war either. I'm a peacemaker. Their money is collapsing down to 2%. So is that the strategy? We wait and see if they give in. I mean, that is, I think, what the president is focused on right now. He's hoping that the blockade will cause them to come to the table and negotiate, which is legitimate. That's a legitimate strategy. It is. But is that going to be enough? Meanwhile, the same way we're sending assets and logistical support in the area and everything, the Iranians are regrouping too. Who the hell knows what they're up to? What kind of support they're getting? Reinforcement support. And do we have the assets, logistical support for countermeasures again, with THAADs and Patriots and everything else for incoming from Iran again? Whether it's the Arab countries or Israel or Jordan or anywhere else, us. do we have? Like we had the first go round, enough in place for defense countermeasures? Has that been resupplied? Is that all this movement we're seeing to bring in more defensive countermeasures, especially to the Arab countries and other areas? Is that where we're seeing what we're seeing? Don't know. I mean, if you pounded them that hard and they're still walking and talking the talk, is another military campaign really going to make a difference? There's so many ways to look at this. I'm just telling you different scenarios. I want to go after the regime. Badly. Really. Like the Israelis had in mind from day one. That's what I want to do. All of them. Every freaking last one of them. All these extreme radical nut jobs. Because Vahidi's the one that's calling the shots right now. I've been saying that for weeks. When that whole thing happened with him and Galibaf, the IRGC won out. The IRGC is calling the shots. And of course with the support of the hardliners. So, as long as that element exists, nothing's going to change in Iran. Even if you make a peace deal tomorrow, nothing changes in Iran or in the region or for the people of Iran. They're just being defiant today, saying we're going to round up people, we're going to start executing more people. What are you going to do about it, President Trump? They're being defiant that way. Now they're going to start doing more of that. Not that they haven't been, because they have. That's like, because remember when he said, I stopped them from executing 800, whatever the number was. Well, they have a different thing in their mind now. This is just crazy. It's a shit show. It really is. And I keep putting this image on the screen because I think it's important. The whole cancer has to be removed. This is the cancer. And a hole. This is the cancer. The whole damn thing. But if you look at the power structure in Iran, the IRGC only answer to the supreme leader. They're on the top of this chain. The judiciary is one of the people that spoke up today talking about the executions. These are real hardliners up here. Of course, the supreme leader, I don't know if he's alive, not alive, who knows. Then you have these councils like the National Security Supreme Council and all this other nonsense, the Assembly of Experts. They're all connected up here. But look where parliament members are. Look where the president is. It's on the bottom. They're puppets. But there's a lot of hardliners here in parliament. So, yeah, you could remove the Ayatollah. The Assembly of Experts will just pick somebody else to fill the role. The approval of candidates, they're the ones who make that happen with the IRGC approval, of course. So unless you really go to the core of this and any of this remains intact, total regime change cannot take place. It's that simple. Now you can weaken it to maybe a point where the Iranian people can rise up and just arrest them, prosecute them, but you got to get rid of the IRGC element of that. So I would be going after the guy who's in charge of Iran right now, Vahidi. That's my number one target, and the Israelis can handle that. They do well with that, as we've seen in the past. Let them focus in on that. They're going to do it anyway. They already said it today. Kat said, we're not waiting around forever. We may have to take action on our own against Iran. They said it today. So if we decide to just wait it out with the Strait, that does not mean Israel's going to wait forever. At all. Remember that. And yes, they're towing the line with the president right now, but I'm sure Netanyahu is also saying, listen, Mr. President, we're working together, but we may have to, for our own sovereignty, the existential threat that Iran poses to us, we may have to act unilaterally to take action against Iran again. And what's he going to say to them? No, you can't? I don't know. So that's always there. And if Iran thinks they're going to be attacked, would Iran strike first? Yes, they may. That's exactly true. They might. But see, what did you say? Within weeks. So let's just say it takes weeks. So now this extends weeks as we wait them out. That's what we're hoping for. That's the bet, that they'll cave because of the oil crisis, the economic pressures. That's what we're betting on right now, the economic fury part of this. Let's hope that the bet comes through. What if it doesn't? What if even at that point they don't cave? Because for them it's survival. They'll let other people suffer around them. And again, there are those in parliament that are really concerned about the future of Iran and how all of this poses a risk for the country. But they're also looking out for their own self-interests because they want to stay in power too. If they make a deal, it keeps them there. So there's a lot of ways to look at this. It's complicated. What did he say now? What did this guy say? What is being done under the guise of a naval blockade is an extension of military operation against the nation paying the price for its resistance and independence, Iran's president said in a post today. Continuation of this oppressive approach is intolerable. What does that mean? You're going to give in? Or would they do something and take preemptive acts? I don't know. I don't know how to spin that one. There's a legal issue coming up that Pete Hegseth brought up today, which is a valid point. And I'm not a lawyer, but you know they're going to use it, that they don't need Congress's approval tomorrow because of the ceasefire. It stops the 60-day. That's what he's saying. And now this could become dragged out in the courts. So U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Thursday that Trump administration does not currently need congressional authorization for military action against Iran, arguing that the ceasefire has paused or stopped the 60-day deadline under the War Powers Resolution. The only problem with that is a naval blockade could be interpreted as an act of war. So even though there's a ceasefire, what's up?
What are you gonna make, bro? I heard we're gonna make linguine, bro.
Oh, I'm not making linguine today. I'm making chicken with mashed potatoes.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'm gonna get off in a few minutes to cook.
You want me to help?
No. I'll do it. I'll be there in a few minutes. All right. So that's going to be definitely something that's going to be brought up in the courts. Because that's an interesting argument on that. You know the Democrats ain't going to buy it. But that is an interesting take on it. There is no military action right now, right? But is the naval blockade part of a military action? Yes? No? I mean, isn't it construed as a naval blockade being an act of war, an act of aggression toward a country? So, even though there's no one firing at each other necessarily, but is that itself? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying. It's going to be interesting to see how this develops. And I'm sure people will have all kinds of opinions on it. Like, that's up to you guys, but is it? I'm sure there'll be lots of people that say it is and it isn't. Okay. There it is. The facts on this. Again, this is going to go to the courts. International law treats a naval blockade as an act of war. Governed by long-standing treaties and custom, it must be declared, effectively enforced, and applied impartially, and in peacetime, a blockade would be in peacetime would ordinarily be unlawful because it is a belligerent measure. Boarding, search, and seizure of ships in peacetime is tightly circumscribed by a flag state jurisdiction. It goes into details. Give states limited lawful avenues to interdict ships, and the United States has invoked those avenues in past seizures while facing legal and political debate at their propriety. Blockades are acts of war. The core rule is blunt. A naval blockade is classically an act of war, and so is governed by the laws of the naval warfare and 19th, 20th century instruments such as the Paris and London Declarations and blah, 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 blah. Therefore, treat blockades as measures that require belligerence. They're going over the same thing. This is not peacetime blockades. This is peacetime. This is wartime. See, we have our own codes. And the sanction enforcement, that's different. We hear that. Sanction oil tankers and all that. So, yeah, this is interesting. I say it's going to the courts. The legal distinction that let's see what this one says. I'm just curious. That lets presidents act alone. It's all about the war powers. Well, they're not calling it a quarantine instead of a blockade. List the operation as a sanctions enforcement rather than war. This is how they can get around it. Because this is what they did pretty much with Maduro. Characterize the capture of a foreign leader as law enforcement. That's exactly what they did, instead of regime change. They are legal distinctions that let presidents bomb sea ships and topple governments while technically staying within the boundaries of the war powers resolution. See, it's going to get really interesting. Again, I see this possibly going to the courts. All the way. Yes. Yes.
Still have some of that.
I don't have any here. If you took all those Doritos,
There's no Doritos then.
I'll go on another chip run here. That's all I have. Take them.
You sure?
Yeah.
I got some change there. You want me to
No. Just so again, you could see this is going to become a court. Because even if, let's say, Congress says they approve extending it, you know there's going to be lawsuits by the liberals saying, oh, this is illegal, this is not, the war, this. Then it'll go to the courts. But meantime, everything's still approved until a court would overturn it. And even that happens, there's an appeal process. So it still stays intact until it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, if it ever gets that far. You know what I mean? Again, a lot of lawyers, good paying lawyers, would argue it either way, and it could get caught up in the courts. But meanwhile, the war goes on. And even if the lower court overturns the ruling, it'll be appealed, and then it goes to the appeals process, and then it keeps going up until eventually they're going to wait it out till it gets to the Supreme Court. And by then, God willing, way before that even happens, this shit will be over with. Regardless. So that is a smart move, actually, by the administration to put that card in there. Because the only way they can really go is the naval blockade. As far as I am concerned, they're saying, oh, we're ceasefire. Everything stopped. But my first instincts are, well, what about the naval blockade? Is that not interpreted as an act of war? The Iranians sure are seeing it as an act of war. That's going to be interesting how that shit develops. All right, I'm going to get off in a few minutes because they're all clamoring here. What's there to eat? Yep. That's why Ghalibaf got the same thing. That just tells you how the IRGC is taken over. It's crazy. So over here, I'll share it. It's just a back and forth cray-cray inside the government. Iran's president and parliament speaker are seeking that the foreign minister he's removed, accusing him of following the Revolutionary Guard chief's instructions, Vahidi, in nuclear talks without informing them. Informed sources told Iran International. But that might put them in a load of shit. Because Ghalibaf already got, what was the word? Reprimanded? The IRGC answer only to the supreme leader. And it looks like the foreign minister is sucking up to the IRGC, Vahidi. I don't know how that's going to work out for the parliament members. Because if he's directly tied to the IRGC is going to be like, what did you say about our guy? These guys might end up disappearing by opening up their mouths. That's if that's true. Because they're trying to flip it. A little over a week ago, they said that there was a secret letter sent by Ghalibaf to the supreme leader without others knowing, and it got out. The hardliners found out, and they were like, WTF, what are you doing? We weren't told about this move that you communicated directly with the supreme leader without our consent. So they're trying to now flip it on him almost in the same way. Well, what about him and his connection with the IRGC and taking orders from the IRGC? So it's a game that's going on internally within Iran. I'm not buying too much into that. And like somebody commented, it's true. If true, this seems to confirm the statement that Iran's government is in disarray. And this is why, if it's in such turmoil, target them! Now! Take these people out now. Then if you think it's disarray now, all these names you keep hearing about, if you eliminate all these names, who's left to make the real decisions? There'll be such a mess. They'll be so weakened internally. That's like they have an Achilles heel right now, not just the oil. If you know that there's an Achilles heel in a spot, just think of the movie Lord of the Rings, or even The Hobbit with the dragon, but it's got that Achilles heel, that one spot that's exposed, that is lethal. There's a lethal spot on that regime core right now. Target it. Take it out now. If you want to see them cave quicker, take out those folks that are making all the decisions internally, despite the conflict internally. Take them all out. Remove them all out. Then see what happens. Then it's going to be a real shit show. Then you'll have people saying, okay, what do we do? Then it's like, who's really leading the country? Then. That's what I say. Take them out now. Because they're so vulnerable. Very. And I'm talking about whatever's left in the regime. Oh, God. You know, I don't even know what to say about that. He promised to, I mean, I don't know if they're going to put it in English. This fucker did promise on TV they're going to execute him. There's no English translation. He did go on state TV saying about the executions. He really did. A judiciary member. Who is he? He's the Chief Justice. He did go on state TV saying they're going to start executing people like crazy. The Chief Justice of the Islamic Republic brazenly went on state television and shouted at President Trump, "Who are you to tell us not to execute them?" He officially declared the regime will completely ignore the international community and promised to carry out executions swiftly and ruthlessly. So you think there's regime change? They're crazy. These are the fuckers that are responsible for all those people getting slaughtered. The world needs to see this. Finish your job. No more talks. And he did. He did go on and say it. What?
I found this, bro. I thought I only had $2. I found this.
Okay, and?
That's for the chips or whatever.
No, hell no. Keep that for yourself when you're out there and doing things. Don't.
No. You want to do it for?
No. Stop.
Dude, it was only going to be $2, I swear.
All right.
So that's what you want to hold it. Hold it.
All right.
It's all right. I'm going to bother you.
So, yeah, there's... Crazy. Look what Galibaf... But he's not really putting these posts. You know, that's an interesting point, though. Oh, my God. Mocking. If you build two walls, one from New York City to the West Coast and another one from LA to the East Coast, the total length would be this, which is still 1,000 kilometers short of Iran's total borders. Good luck blockading a country with those borders. So they're telling you, Pakistan and other areas, they'll be smuggling and doing all kinds of shit. That's just rhetoric to say that Good luck with your blockade. We have other ways to bring things in and out of the country. Good luck with that. That's rhetoric. But they're telling you that. And there's another thing too. I mean, they might have other ways to the Caspian Sea. Who knows? I actually want to look that up. Because so much as the focus has been on the Strait of Hormuz. Ah, this is interesting. It's not the only place that Iran distributes oil. It's not in the Strait. This is the Caspian Sea. I wonder how they're doing up there. It's situated on the Caspian Sea coast of Iran, stands as a crucial nexus in the region's energy landscape, particularly concerning oil swaps. This facility is not merely a point on the map, it is a vital artery, a conduit through which oil flows, connecting the landlocked Caspian Sea to international wars and influencing energy dynamics of surrounding nations. A strategic location and burgeoning capacity for oil swaps, making a significant player capable of reshaping trade routes and influencing global oil markets, albeit in a regional capacity. The holding tanks, pipeline connectivity, the arteries of flow. What about this? What about this? Was this taken out? So they still have a way to we're focusing so much on the Strait. The oil is loaded onto tankers at Neckars jetties. These tankers can then transport the crude to various destinations. Historically, this has included delivery to Iranian refineries located further south in the Persian, effectively acting as a replacement for crude that Iran might not otherwise have exported from its southern fields. Alternatively, in certain agreements, the Caspian crude itself, after being processed or blended at Neckar, could be exported. The outbound flow is the manifestation of Iran's fulfill obligation to external markets on its own strategic distribution resources. Oh, this is fucking interesting. So, revenue generation for Iran. So we're so focused in on it's located in the northern Iran in the Caspian Sea. It's minimal, 1.5 million barrels per day. It can store 500,000 barrels. It does have a pipeline connection. Look who's involved, Russia, Kazakhstan. I wonder if they choke this off or if they hit those sites. I wonder what's going on what the Iranians might be up to in the Caspian Sea. Is anybody talking about that? They can. Didn't the Israelis target that? And hit some of the tankers up there? You know? Following the September, Congress did not issue a formal declaration of war. Instead, it passed authorization for use of military force. That's an interesting little caveat. What are they doing in the Caspian Sea? We're so focused on the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's oil blockade, naval blockade. What are they doing up north? Anybody wondering about that? Though very minimal, it's still revenue. Though very minimal. I want to look. Where is this place? There's a tanker there off Iran. There's another one there. There's 3 of them. Where are these fucking tankers going? They're going toward Russia. What's going on here? It's a tanker. Another tanker. Another tanker. Russian. Or oil chemical tanker. But that could be going here. That's exactly what it looks like it's going. Is anyone paying attention to what's going up to the north? Where is that place? I gotta look this up again. That's that. Where was that oil refinery that they're talking about? Iran oil. Let me put oil. Oil and gas production. Damn, I just seen it and now I can't find it. Three days ago, Iran increases imports via the Caspian Sea. Russia. Fucking Russia. See, this is the shit that goes under the radar. And it's coming from a Russian news agency, too. Why? What the hell's going on up here? Holy shit, dude. Even though the Strait of Hormuz is the main route for supplying the country with goods, while the bulk of imports come through southern Iran customs. He did not mention the U.S. maritime blockade in the region, but said the alternative routes to Hormuz are used in ad hoc situations. Thus, the role of the largest lake in the world in Iranian good imports has grown. That's what they were just saying in that tweet. By stimulating cross-border trade, and they are monopolizing on the fucking Caspian Sea. What are we going to do? What about that? What about that? They're still doing it. North. We don't hear nothing about that, do we? Nothing. Zero. Where is this place? This is a big one. I gotta look this up on Google Earth. Everybody's thinking Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz. What about the Caspian Sea? Though I mean, it's not close to the production of Karg Island or anything like that, but they're still making money to the north. Exactly, Jason. I'm thinking about that too. We're gonna have to take that out. If we're gonna do a naval blockade and you got everything blocked off in the south, what about blocking off everything in the north? Because they're using it now. Why is it that it takes like us to do like research? They have to be thinking about this, you would think, right? Maybe we don't know about it. But that would be a really oopsie if they're not. Oh my God. That would be a fucking oopsie. Hold on. I gotta go. Let's see if it comes up. It's not coming up. Let me see. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Try where that one fucking tanker was. Abbasabad. This is where the terminal is. In Iran, on the Caspian Sea. Terminal Imam Abbasabad. That's one that I found. And they're shipping it. It's Russia. It's fucking Russia. It's Russia. They're showing their support. We have to, if that has not been taken out, we have to take that out. I know. Jason, that's what I'm referring to. He just put that out there. He's saying, what about our borders? You don't think they've been planning this? So many people are putting so much emphasis on the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. And you don't think they've come up with other ways to have ad hoc ways to get stuff into the country? The country's huge. It's got a lot of borders. You don't think the Pakistanis are going to help them? Look at the Russians. The Russians are sending tankers back and forth now. Oil. Nobody's talking about the stuff in the Caspian Sea. Everybody's focus is on the Strait of Hormuz. What's up with that? And it's Russia. It's Russia. So that's where it's going. Russia. It's crazy. I don't know. Everybody's focus is here. What about up here? Is there a naval blockade up there in a lake? U.S.? I don't think so. Are you going to blockade Russian ships here? How? Or do you just target their ability here? I would. Personally, I would. They're still doing oil up there. 3 days ago, it's been reported. And this has been in the plans for years. Wow. I'm a little concerned about this. I mean, they've been doing this for quite some time. This is not new. Petroleum Iran, Caspian Sea General Outlook. Caspian. How old is this? Iranian roots. Karg. Oh, that's just talking about the different Karg Island. Check. Swaps with Iran. That's the Caspian. They're thinking about bringing the Caspian exports to the south, but that's not what they're doing right now. Oh, they're definitely doing shit up to the north. Yeah, this mentions Karg, but we need to pay attention to what's going up in the north, to be honest. Because it looks like they're still having no problem with the oil up north. Now, don't get me wrong, to the south, that's a whole different story, but I may have picked up on something. 10 major ports. We know Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Russia, Turkmenistan, and who was it that they work with? It was two of them. Iran. They deal with Kazakhstan. They sent oil back and forth to Kazakhstan, so that's for the Russian. Look at this shit. Look at this. Look at this. In the Caspian Sea. That's the one I was focused on just a second ago. 5 jetties. And they do deal with the Kazakhstan country too. And of course, Russia. Look at this shit. Now that's cargo. Russia, we know. Another one in Iran. This is crazy. It serves as northern Iran's main port facility. Oh, they deal with Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Russia. 10 fucking jetties. Oh my God. And they deal with these countries. All of them. This is who they deal with. Everybody's focus is on the Strait of Hormuz, naval blockade. Meanwhile, Iran's got shit going on in the Caspian Sea. With Russia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan. It's still going on. I gotta see if that was hit by anybody. I'm sure they had to have hit these, right? The only thing that it says here is that the Israelis did this at a port. An Iranian naval port was struck in northern Iran, but it doesn't say anything about oil. They targeted an Iran supply corridor with the weapons. That was for probably weapons. This was like a month ago. On the naval infrastructure, not the oil infrastructure, the naval infrastructure in the Caspian Sea. Israel has not claimed responsibility for the South Pars strike, which reported, yeah, we know about that. It only temporary, but likely to disrupt Iran-Russia trade only temporarily. But it doesn't mention anything about the oil being hit. Though, I believe one of these is on that list of their ports for oil. I could have sworn I saw that. Right there. And it is their main port facility. The Israelis hit it. And Russia. So the Israelis did hit it. But the damage was considered by analysts as temporary. That is interesting. But that's it. It is Russia. And it's just not cargo and goods, it's oil. Shadow Fleet. Sanctioned oil and weapons between the two countries. They've turned off their tracking signals. Food, grain, we're talking about ground troops in the south, potentially the Americans going to the south. However, if they find out that there's stuff going on in the north in the Caspian, then obviously the place will become a target. Those are operational logistical reasons, not a strategic approach, he adds. Holy shit. Exactly, we can't get our Navy in there. We would have to strike the ports. That's a lake. That's a big lake. It's a lot of cargo. What's up, Fringe? It's a lot of cargo, but oil does travel. They do have refineries. They have storage tanks, and everything there. I've been doing the research. Now, it's nowhere compared to what their distribution is, like, say, Karg Island. But it doesn't mean that there's a total closure of oil exports and imports, trade with Russia and Turkmenistan, Azerbaijan. There's still shit going up in the Caspian Sea. And that's right. It's a major gamble to try to do strikes. But the Israelis did it. At least once. So that's something to keep an eye on too. What's going on in the Caspian? It's not just the Strait of Hormuz, naval blockade, this, that. They got stuff going on up north too. And remember, we're talking about a collapse economically. Well, if they have a lifeline, you want to eliminate all the lifelines economically, right? Well, that could be another lifeline up north in the Caspian. That's all I'm saying. Is that not being addressed? Something to think about. Just saying. It seems like there's stuff going on up in the Caspian Sea, especially between the Russians and the Iranians. Yo.
Should I do those dishes?
Yes, please, because I'm going to cook in about 5 minutes. I'm getting off. Wow. I mean, they're even saying it here, the Iranians. This is a Russian, of course, Russia. Now that's an oil tanker. As an alternative route to the Strait of Hormuz. And the Russians are fueling it. And what you put in there, the cross-border trade, it's only 2 weeks ago. Iranian Interior Minister said that he had instructed the government in border provinces to counteract the effects of the U.S. blockades of the Strait of Hormuz by stimulating cross-border trade. So they are definitely. Thus, the role of the largest lake in the world in Iranian goods imports has grown. Now, what does that mean? What type? Northern Sea route becoming more attractive amid Hormuz crisis. So they're finding alternative means in regards to the blockade. I hope we're paying attention. They have tunnels through the mountains. Just saying, something that we should be keeping an eye on. The movements in the Caspian, it's not just the strait. Because it's like that. Meanwhile, this is going on up here with the Russians and Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan and any of those countries that are dealing with Iran near the Caspian in the Caspian Sea. And again, it's probably a very small fraction compared to what goes down in the south. But it's still they're relying on that more now. If you know that they're relying on that more now, Shouldn't that be a legitimate target? No. Because they're using that as a backup now, as an alternative route. And the Russians are loving it. Can't do nothing while there's a ceasefire, right? That's something somebody needs to pay attention to. If shit starts again, will we hear that there's been attacks in Iran, northern Iran, near the Caspian Sea? To put more pressure on them economically? Because that would really, hell yes. But we can't do nothing. It's a ceasefire. It would have to be in a future military operation. Yes. What's this now? Appalachian lithium cache 130. What is this? Fringe? I gotta get off. That's interesting. So somebody just sent me this. The Appalachians having lithium cache. Right here. This is what this article is saying. The hidden battery beneath America's oldest mountain range. And that goes all the way up through here. New York. Recoverable lithium. 2.3 million metric tons. So that's what this article is talking about. Wow. That's interesting. All right. I'm taking a break. I need a break. I've been streaming for long enough. I'll be back later. Maybe Russia can sell them oil storage in exchange for Iranian drones. God, oh my God, Gitmo. I mean, maybe the Russians will send a bunch of tankers just to unload. Listen, just take the oil. We have to find a way to keep the production and the flow going because we're about to hit the full. And I'm not going to say what they say, explode. But shutdown is going to cost them a lot of money to turn it back on and get production out of them again. So maybe they will. Maybe they'll just send oil out explicitly to all these countries and send me tankers. Send me as many tankers as you can. Let's keep filling them. We have to keep an eye, and I'm sure they are. I don't think they're that stupid and naive. I hope not. We must be keeping an eye on what's the movements in the Caspian. We have to be. Because we know the Russians are in on that. And they have been. The Israelis did it. Like a month ago. They hit the Caspian Sea port. So they knew. The Israelis knew. I'm going to make mashed potatoes with veggie on the side and breaded chicken breast. Right now. Yes, see, Tony knows. I will definitely say hello to Mamzilla Fringe. That is an interesting article that you posted. Alright, it's 3 o'clock already. I gotta get in gear. Anyway, love to all of you. Keep an eye. Tomorrow might be this weekend might be interesting. You know, we'll see how this develops. You guys think there might be a military operation this weekend? I don't know. I really don't know. Nobody knows. That's the whole point, though, right? Keep everyone guessing. Is it going to be the strategy to just wait it out, see how this whole Strait of Hormuz naval blockade works out, crush them within, and they come begging for a negotiation, a deal? Or do they do a quick, powerful, as you're hearing, military option to put even more pressure? But I don't know if that necessarily is a good idea because they're going to retaliate and they're going to hit the Arab countries and all this shit again. It just might be waited out and see how this all plays out. How long they're willing to wait, I don't know. 3 days expired. In 3 days, it's going to explode. Well, it might take weeks. 3 days passed. I didn't see no explosions. They're actually burning off their oil, as the Russians do when they're in that situation. Instead of shutting it down, they burn the oil off, which causes major issues. But, you know, there's other alternative ways too. People think, oh, once their storage tanks are done, they're done. Well, there's some other ways to do it too, and it's not a good thing. So just remember that. Yeah, maybe some apple juice later. Maybe I'll take a break. Anyway, love to all of you. Be well, be blessed, be safe. Keep an eye on everything. And pray for the people in the UK too, because they're on a severe alert right now of a possible terrorist attack. Likely. Could be today, could be next week, it could be months from now. But I send my praise to the people in the UK, because you're on a severe alert right now. And prayers to everybody.